Order.
Ataneeqqakuat litqassami ikayuligitsigut umatkuat havautarikavut illuatun havautaritquvluit. Amen.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Today I'm pleased to announce the addition of the Tlitcho language to the self-guided legislative.
Got Klito that got in our meet dot Klito me. Una kanok got magwat bulak dot tour miktai hugat una bulak tit kanok malero taliunik habang neling niya kut kanok Klito tamani iningani kaya nak infrastructure una okarner ligitok 19th lady tamna habang niyang mateng kanok ugot kanok ikayorner lugiti got inuitin inarni humilika ikpakraka kanok Diamond Damna up Kodakpak Mackenzie Valley Highway Dap Dominga Dap Damna up Kodakpak Galokta Norman Wells and Canyon Creek me. Got tamna apqudaqpak havautariniliginniaraat qanoqa tapkoatinarat ikayiliginnirait qanoqa 2023 mi tamna malok got Christina Creek to Prohibition Creek. Damna apkotakpak about the religion kanok nagokim neakluid kanok inarni habaktot. Wrigley to Norman Wells. Damna ptak apkodak. Pak kanok about the religion tamna kanok sa two region me tap got have nili to the kanok leka ikayok lui tap got inuit sa to me Ohimau got havang nektot kanok humilika ikayulagin niya kay tayo. Got tamna all season road miktay hugay na apkodak pak hanoklika atonak. Got kanok Mackenzie Valley Highway tamna apkodak pak about dark Pauline Yarata Nagokilwok Inuit Tapgot Hadonak Kanorlekabanga Okauchehu right got Kanorleka Ikayornaklu you got money in Europe. Who got Koyanak. Worker Safety Compensation Commission una o kalang naktok. Who got money nunapting nito kanok leka habang mata munak rinaktot. Who got compensation miktai hugay who got 2.1 mika naitilin yakot who got habaktot munak rinaktot. Kanok leka uhima top taina habang mata munak riperluita workers compensation miktai huga tuna 26% in habaktot got munarilin right tap got habaktot taina uhim taina go ka habak kaming anner to light chut kanok munari nak hirut got habaktot kanok got kupak hukiyok got WSCC miktai huge tap got munari hurot habaktonik kanok leka munari nyaktut tap got habaktot anner nayak tamna munari tap got Inuit habaktot kanok leka got tap got munakrit kanok leka Inuit habang matan munaligin niya kay tap got kanok WSCC miktai hugay tap got munakrit tayo na habaktot munaligin niya kay tayo na koyanak
Minister statements, member statements.
Unapta ako kalang narisok frame lake min. Kuya nakpagka kakti. Tabro ko na tamat ko na kamilaraw tat. Kamilaraw pak titat ka. 19th Assembly mitabar ni ilitsokero at tayo na tunagalan kanok ang alarutingin nyik ilitsok niya aktogut. Tabro tamat ko at pulaktak to at mao nga. Nagalunin mani na herabekirot kano herawtik rabingnik tamat ko ang alarutik ranginik tayramnik tap ko at kawamabut mani tabi lokating na kuya hukpaw rakalit tamat ko at na ing mani NWT mi tau chikunin na habak to alar mata nalutot kay niya lang mata ataw chikun. Tabatam na habakit na isuatun habana gutilgit kat. Tapkolo kavamani ituat kavamani hibunniaktit angalat chirit. Tabatay na tamatkop tak mani hibunniaktit in uvani kati mabikpang mi. Tamatko na isumatigilit kait kanolo tay na kano tunagalani na kayo paurak lugid di kayo kaniyang ilit kayo di kayo sawar lakanyak lugid. Tay na lo tamatko na ilitsakap kakrakalot umulaka. Kihunun laka ilitsakap kakrakalot ang tamna. Tay na lo malakotalayanik na hibun niyo kaming. Tamat ko tabrili himarukrakaloang tamat inuit kihulika at taulugit mani inuuniaktot. Tamat ko lo tayo na tanak ko'y rot. Tabra tayo na mani NWT mi inuuniaktot. Tayo na tabra yung miktiguta kang alat sila ilamiyot. Taktay na, yung miktiguta ka ba makakanayanikun, ilitso kayo nakrakalot, ilihak-rakalot, tayo na isotunli tamat ko din na yung miktigun na ka ba makaktot, no paya ako, apekroy ko nga, kauklimun. Kaya na. Hear without me? Kaya na ako kakte. Una tabra una kuya ilit kaya panigaw na nibilit chua kan nibililaw takan yung paning tabra tawak tamat ko din na tamat ko din na lo tamat ko din na kano hakaw tingid na kano kulaka angalan rutingid manilo nalo ubagulo nagaluni kawamawrat tamat ko tabra na ilihaw tira krakaluangit tamat ko ni nga kanok humikpihuk tangin nikin na agalang nikon tamat ko ni nga ilihaw tira krakaluangit tamat ko ding miktigrok tamat ko ni nga na angalat sila hipkalugit tabra ni inichami inalong milo tamat koptak malong ni kukwag malong ni inimi ataw himi malong ni abatigi tuktap ko na kanok angala ruting itak tayo na alangang mute tabra lo tayo na kanod na galaan tabra tamat ko din apekrurakaktot hunak tilakrang inik tamat ko ni nga. Koy okakte. Tabar tap ko din na tamat ko ni nga na pilay niya kako tilay tap ko na tamat ko tap na kanok ang alarutung it hugilayin bigay dilokatik. Tabar lo tayo naptaw ka tayo na tamat ko na imaktay na makalugtohak tap to mga narwak pang minhungin migat tao nga tayo na makaralang man. Tabab tao tam na tabab makalo kami tao nga kikaktamon makaluwak tok. Tabalo tayo na kawamatigun tao kawamalu ubagulu tayo na ataw chikuntam na tutkikane rikput. Tabalo tayo na kanok tam na alang o kuptigo himaw hero kuptigo tayo huwaptik ko ni sumatigimig put kaya nakpak. Tabab tayo ko na sa batchamin ukaw kakto. Una tabra ikpagrak kulayakal lagka tabra tao ko na tamat ko kochikto tohani kit na ilihauriro at taverni Fort Smith me. Tam na iliharwik pak kanga kani haurok. Tap kog tayo na huli at huli pang mapagtay na ipani napakamirim. 1958 min. Tap ko kahliro na inyong angalat rekangat na pang mapagkulitay na ikat. Tabertay na napakimarakuli tabertay 1975 mi. Taberlutay na tamat ko din na tabrunga isahak titakangit kutsik to anik ilihakaranik ilihakubluit. Taberlutay na tabertap ko din na tabrang takpabunga kutsik kakto anun ilihakayaktot University nig Pirakigay. Kutsika ningit tayo na ilihaktot. Tabralo Brennan Hall. Tam naptawak tayo na tabrang ilihak parak kako ting takpabunga aulalahiraktot. Tabralo tayo na tabertam na himaw hakadugoy sumatigipiyaki. Kano tinagalan tabertam na napakimarok tayo na kanok alang ngolo. Ing miktigun tamani inyo ni aktot isumangitigun tayo na napakrakagalawa ka tam na. Inyo kakto ni ukiyo ni na tamat ko din na tabrani inyo ni aktot tabrani hapakrala akto din inyo ni akni mingnyikit na hui niya libay luting tayo na tamat ko na unaw tingit nagalunin kanok isuige utirakagatin yun na anak tabrani. Tam na okakte tabra tap nga kapalang na akto nga nagangit pan nga. Nagakto amigpit pa. Tabra tayo makutigil lang narigaw na. Tam na tabra Fort Smith me. Tabra lo tayo na tabra tam na utok kalibay yun na atatap tumaigilum huinyaliga. Tayo na tabra tayo ilihimarunga kanuha piyak kalaw tingin niya ilihimarunga tabra tam na okaw tigil lang narigaw. Nuwa pa yaw. Kuyinak. Cam Lake minya ukalang ni aktok. Ukiyok. Ukot inglakan tam na tayo makama graduation nik tayo hugay ukot kanok ilihakan na kama 2016 mi ukot 36 tun tap kot kanok habang mata kot muna ka na aklugi kot ilihakan na aktot kanok laka nakura kun tap kot ikayok lugi tap kot ikayok na lugi tap kot ilihakan na aktot kanok laka kot ka nutak kaligit tap kot sa ilihakan na aktot tayo ikayok na kirit tap kot kanok munak linyak lugi tap kot pipirelit kanok laka tap kot ilihakan na aktot nutak kaligit kanok ikayok na kigait kanok laka ikayok na aklugi tap kot ilihakan na aktot nutak kaligit уккуаттаақ илихааганиартуат канорулеqa манинникикажорлигит каноқ ухимма илихааганиаққамингаан қаппераниангаярлуутик қуянақ уккаат икайорнаққилут уккаат илихааганиартуат қуянақ Tunidewilide min qallanniartoq uqata uqarallanniarigauna qanoqqa hapeqaniartuaqquna qanoqqa qanoqqavaktuat maani nunaptingni qanorleqa икайорнаққилут укаат канорлеқа иннууне қапперниақ қиулоқа каноққа хавангниақамин канорлеqa таамнагго qapperniaqqipaalaktoq qanoqqa taapkuat qanoqqa inniuniartuat taapkuat inniait naagalunniina ukaat ingminnika nutaqqaniqqa munarsiruat ukaat ikayornaqqilut ukaat inniuniartuat qanoqqa inniait taapkaatlu ikayornapiartut ikayornaq qipiartut taapkaat inniuniartuat qanorliqa ukaat taaqa inniait Inuvialuktun munarillugit ikayornaqqilut taapkaat ukaat taaqa ukaat inniuniartuat tainna quyanaq Techomin qallanniartoq quyanaq ukiyoqqamata una 16 new students niktaihuit ilirarniartuat 16 tut qanoqqa qanorleqa ikayornaqqilutukaat munaq avangniartuat inaurni ilihaagarniartuat taaqqa qanoqqa havangniq qaming ukaat havaktuat taina ilihaarlutinga kaat qanoqqa havangniqmik qanoqqa heavy equipment loader operator taina havakpaaraqtuat taina taapkunanik qanoqqa inaurning nakoqqiniarlu qanoqqa havaktuat tamaani anu peqrifaarniartunga qiyanaq Great slave mean qiyanaq ukiyoqa I mean Okarikarauna kanoka ukwata kanoka okari harikarauna kanoka kanoklaka ikayorna kivitap kwata nekinika nauniaqtuat qanuqa nautiniaqtuat qanuqa ikayornaqiritukat qanuqliqa ikayornaqiritukat kwata nautiniaqtuat qanuqa neqik neqinika nautiniaqtuat qanuqa ikayornaqiritukat qanuq nakuuniyaqtortaanna ukata nautiguming neqinik neqikrinik maunga maani nunaptingni qanuq nakuuniyaqtor qanuq kuata tainna Inuvialuktun qanuqa kuata qanuqa nautiniaqtuat neqinika ikayornaqirit qanuqliqa anu ripa kaluaqtunga qiyanaq uqappaagniaqtunga uqaqti uqat aqappiranga qanuqa qarilugit taapkuat qanuqa taapkuat nautinermika qanuqa pihukkaluarnequnga maukuat qiyanaq Yellowknife North qiyanaq $20.1 million tun ukiumi tabra aitihuri out achuihurugu taina tukua ukunanun ukat habaktua taina qanuqa maani nunaptingni qanuqa landlord miktaihugaitukuat iglunika atuq tichurat GNWT procurement nukiaihugaitukuat qanuqa government maani nunaptingni qanuqa habaktuat himmernaqqiritukuat qanuqa iglunika ukata qanuqa habangmata qanuqa landlord niktaihugaitukuat qanuqa iglunika atuqtichurat qanuqa landlord miktaihugaitukuat 3.5 years din havakalak tuit kanok habang nakirta nakuro kun kanok ugat $20 million tun maning nika bihuru kanok aglan tap got North Youth una landlord niktay hugay to got kanok wapting nun kayo nakirt kayanak na hindi min. Ariel Dantra got kakaneligit kat kanok inyo hinga inyo inakto tayo tayo mali niya kok. Tam na inyo kami nakura ko ninyo ligin niya kok kanok ilihak parak luni kanok leka. They told me. Ariel tabra habak para ugalak tok Liard Hot Springs mittak habak luni. Got kanok leka habak luni nakuro ko ninyo ligin niya kok. Got kanok leka kanok leka inyo kami ikayokle hurta ikayokle niya hurta inu kihuleka ikayogait September 8 mitay malin niya kok. Thank you. Mampoy min. Kayanak. Kukwat nutakhat I'm vimni. Matkwata bra nutakhat ilihimagibut tangungit chot inugektut. Mani yalo naip mi tuataok. Kahit naptaok ilihawrin niya ilihaktut siya ako ting tamat kuninga. Kanok hapakalawak luting na hapakalawak lugulo hapakalawak ting dahil na ilitin niya kakagay tamat kuat na muna kay kating. Tabalog tayo na ulo katay ilihimarugot kanuto nagalaan tamat kuat tamani na nutakatin na tabo nga inyong nun pipkakti taktet. Na pilya kami tiring mingnik na muna kaya kami tigid tamat kuno nga inyong nun ala nun inyong wakit niya kakagay. Tabalog tayo na tap ko inyong itin na tabalog ko at apakautakal lang niya at katap to mga minihitawraman ilihak to ani. Pulak to ni ka ilitsake laligital tubulupak. Tap to ba yala knife not me. Pulak tanyang mantabra tam na apakautakak to ko na apakaulang naktok yala knife not me minye emelek. Tabarabtaok tamat kuatin na o kauchit na mani nunapting ni. Bel tam naptaok malako talayak 63 November 2nd me. November 2 ngomang tam na iliyakik ka nga taptim nga. Tam naptaok o kauchip tigun na o kauchinikin na tap ko na malako talayan ilikangit atullahin niya kaluit tap ko isohatun na pitkabuluit tap ko o kauchip tigun. Tabralo tayo na huamahit kabulugi huamahit kabulugi tayo na inyup tayo na o kauchip tigun na tam na o kauchak put mani huamahin niya kaluin nalo pilyahin niya kaluin yung nun o kaktualillahin niya kaluin inyuit ki lokain niya tamani. Tabralo tao kano harawti krangit tabra ilitsaka niya aktugut. Tam na ilitsaka niya aktugut kano harawti niya aktila krangin niya taptim o kauchinik. Tabrao na ukwat hel lang niya ka kano ka o kauchip tigun. Tabrao tao hibuliramik isagutiligi chut nutamik. Tamat kuninga angalarutik ranginik o kauchit mani. Tabrao tao tayo na kafiurut na malakotalet na lo kano herawatik rangit angalarutik rangit tayo na allagit tayo na inuvialuktun na malakotalet kemarut. Tabrao tayo na tabralo tayo na kano herawatik rangit kano herawatik rangit tap ko angalatsirot o kauchip tingnik mani. Kaya nakpagka anugo apakiruta kakanek to nga muna kari Ramon. Kaya nakpag takiwalak nga. Uliligit sudima. Una.
Okay, colleagues, let's try this again. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yellowknife North Aqualang Nektok. Bill 63 damna. Kanoko kauchit nakokinyak luit pokarinyarait. Kuyanak. Yellowknife North. Kuyanak. Bill 67 damna galang nika pokarinyarait nakokinyak luit kuyanak. Ukot Yellowknife North minukalang nektok. Bill 63 ukot kanok kauchit nakokinyak luit nagalunin about the kanyak luit. November 2022 kanok 11 tunukot kauchit pinyakot mani nunapting nito. Bill 63 ukot kanok 20 years okay, about 20 years ago China ukot kauchit nakokinyak luit about taralin right kuyanak. Tamna malirotaliok report niktay hugay to kanok ukot kanok himmirniak luit nagalunin taina ndut kikarniak luit okarilginyaray to kauchit tapkot malirotaliok tamna ak niktay hugay 2020 tamna puvlaluk manin man hapernya luin hapernya pelakluni habautaringin rata aglan habautaringit kait tamna taina puvlaluk manin man puvla kot kanok hakutarligin tamna kanok nakokligu tamna amends miktay hugay kanok kot Yellowknife ukot kanok tamna malirotaliok law miktay hugay kanok tamna ukauchit habautarlin yaray tamna kanok nakokliu nagalunin taina habautarliu tamna amends miktay hugay himmirlum nagalunin kanok leka habautarlin yaray tamna ukauchit Official Languages Act niktay hugay tapkot kauchit habautarliuit kanok leka inglan taina ukarnay chat tapkot ukauchibut adonay lat taina wakakehugat colonialism taina go atona chat taina okat kanoka tap got about tanyeli kaitana taina go tutkikarluit tap got kautibut atona khilugit taina humiliqat kautibut okat kanorliqa hikayarlugit tap got oqarnaq lugit taina havagvingmi qanoq oqautit toqnarluit atoqnearluit taina qanorliqa
through 12 were not included in the bill. Committee is pleased with the changes that ECE included in the bill and commends the Minister for working together with Committee to introduce changes.
qanoq oqautit havauta para na liitkait qanoq Canadam government havauta parligneraat taamna oqautit qanoq tangungitsuat oqautingit qanoq ukat nunaptingni qanoq taamna oqautit tangungitsuat oqautingit havautariñaligitkaat una qanoq taamna ukat inuit tangungitsuat malorutali ting nagok khilu havangneartat qiyanaq ukat qanoq ukat oqautit
53
ukattaq tava oqautiptigun tamatkoati na illaqit kugalawaqait na iluaqqiluit nakua na iluatun tamatkoat angalat quvlugit oqautipta iningat taina taaptumani malaqutaliami 63 mi taamna tava illaqiliginneqqutaaptuminga iluatuni naangalat quvlugit oqautiput maani nunaptingni tava taaqtamatkoat angungitsuat taina 2023 mi taina oqautigimmikkangittaapkua tava taaqtamatuma malaqutaliam 63 mi Kihichitinga 63, Northwest Territories ni tava taina itut. Tava lo taina lo tava tamatkoati na illaqihulgit kai taapkuninga oqauchingik. Tava taina ingmiktigun taapkua tangungitsuati na tamat isummatigivlugu oqautigivlugu oqaqatigivlugit inuittainna taamna ilipkaliginñaqaat na isuatun tamatkuati na oqautsiting munaqit quvlugit munaqillauta naagahan taimma tamatkuat mumiktitarlugit taniktunit kaluartuati ingmiktun na oqautsimiktitun mumiktitailiginneqqut tamatkuatava allanguorta himauhertaqaluartillugit Tabra tamna malakotaleakrak ilyakiakrak tamna tabra taina itsumatigipiaklu taapkuaptaaq pihukkangit taapkualu taina ilihauriruani ilihauriruat matkuatinna ingmiktiguni na ilihimauhutin qanoq angalarutikrangat taapkuat uqauchit maani tabaptaaq taaptumaqauhlingata uqauchipta tablu taina qanutunagalani na pitukkimaruaqariraqinga taina taimaaqtitaqlugu tamatkuninga hapeqraqtitaqlugu uqautigi hukkaluaq kangannik taap qanoq uqauchivut angalaatsiningit taapkuaptaoqqatimaringita tablu taina allamik huli illaqi hukkuming tabra taamna uqautigileanigitkaat qanoq illuatunitna matkuatinna taaptuma angalallahipkaarniaqlugu taamna qaukliuruaq uqauchiptigun tablu taina qanutanagalaa tabra taapkuatinna tabra katimaringiha naagalunin matkuat isummatigiraaqkangat qanoqaqaneaqtilaakranga tabra tabralu tamatkuaptauqautigimikkangat qanoq illuaqriiniaqtuat qanoq angalarutikun naagaluni malaqataleatigun tabra tamatkuatinna tamatkuninga ilitsoqaniaqtuamik qimilariuarniaqtuamik taaptuminga illaqiraqaligitkai taapkua uqauchiptigun tabralu tainaptauq tabra inaarani ittuat tamatkuaptauqilitsoqaakarangat tamannaaqanuheqautingit taina uqauchit maani tabralu taina tabra taamna napillahipkaarniaqlugit tamatkuat taamna malaqutaleaq 63 tabralu taina qanoq tamatkuatinna ingmiktigutauq angalarutikrangannik angalanniaqlugit qakuulunni tabra tatqeqqiutinilluunni qappini naagaluni ukkiuni tabra tamatkuatinna uqautigiñialigitkaat illuatuni naangalat quvlugit taaptamani tabra malaqutaleaq 63 mi taamna ittoq taina ingmiktigun taina angalatsillahit quvlugit naagalunin uqallahit quvlugu taamna qaukliuraq tabralu tainaptauq taamkuatinna katimaraqaqaqugait kaitna katimaraqaqaniaqpatai nat ingmiktiuttauq angalallahit quvlugit taapkua malaqutaleani ittuat tabra taapkuatinna tangungitsoq na taamna uqaqiruni tabra taina tamatkuatinna tangungitsoq qanutun uqauchitting itna nalungitkait ilihimagait taina tabra tainaquta tamatkualu French nguruatinna atautsikuaquting taina tabra atauchikun taina uqauchimingnik atoqartut 2009 mi tabra taapkuak malaquiruak katimaringit taapkua tabra tamatkuninga malaqutaleanik illiqiruanik ilihimarut tabralu tamatkuatinna ilitsoqaniartit qimilariortit tamatkuninga qanoqeqautinginnik uqauchiptingnik tabra taina tayo na tabra na ing migon ing miktigun tayo na ngalalahin niya aklo taman na kaw chip tigun mani. Tabra luptak tayo na tabra tamat ko din nakatimaringi ha. O kaw tidlagay kanok isum mamiktigun ang alat kublugo. Malako tuglehay tap na. Tabalip tayo na kanokan yak tilakrang atam na. Tayo nalo ito ato ni na ilikiluting tap tumingakit na hura kanokula ka ang alarutik na kung ilutam na o kautsak. Tabalip tamat ko din nakatimaringihay na kule ako ting agalaguting tayo na tamat ko at kule ako kule lahiluit kano heraw tingin. Sunday will demonuti tilang niya kayo na tayo na ito naglaro kalak tunga. Sunday will a day. Kaya ako kakte. Tabraw ko at tam na malako talayak 63. Tap tabra tayo na kano heraw tingin nik o ka falang na ito talima ni ukyo ni tabra tap ko at taramik talima ukyo tap na pata tayo na o ka tigit kabulugo ilitsokit kabulugit matkot o ka chimik tigun. Tabra tap tayo na ilitsokit lako kuting kano heraw magay tayo na talima ni ukyo ni at taramik. Tabalop tamat ko ni nga ilitsyokan niya ako ting ataw lugit tamat ko ito kauchit tabar tayo na ko ting tam na isumatigilit kat. Tabar tayo na kapiniukiw ni mani kati mawikpang mi hiwon niya wikpang mi na tam na ililakrangat tayo na kugalawak po tayo na. Tamat ko din na malakatalangit din na o kauchip tigun. Tayo na luto pero tamat ko at katimaringit tayo na kanok ay sumati gumirung tam na o kautsak. Tamat ko nga na nipingit na tuhalay at kablugit inyong nun ala nun. Tabalap tam na ilihak tonik na minihitaw rak tam na tabray ilawp kakalugo agalan tamat ko katimaringiha o kautid lagat kano hakautik ramingnik o kautitigun. Tabalap kibunik ranga tam na hibo na kay putay na kano hakautik rangingnik. Tabalap tayo na tam na malako talayak 63 mi. Tabalap tayo na ito naglanit na kule lalo ting kano hakakamagay ta nagalunin kano hakatilangat tapos maukauchim ilitsura niya ako ting. Tam na tawag ilitsura ilihimalu at taramik kano hakauting nga uma kaukliuram tamat ko nga o kauchitigun. At taramik tawag agalago ni ilitsarap kakra ngi tamat o kauchiming atoktot. Tayo na luto ba na isuwi ruti kakumi. Kule lahilugo nalo kano hakauti lahilugo tam na isuwi ruti ni tayo na tawkin yuit ilitsakit kabuluit na kauchimingnik atoktot nagalunin habaktot. Tayo tayo na isuwi minik o kauti lagay tamat ko at tihula ka ilitso tuhap kakaluit. ukakti tabaw Yellowknife North man pi
Yellowknife North.
Yellowknife North mina kalang after February 15, 2023. We got malakotaliut kanoka about tarligin right got Bill 62 tamna. We got bitcoligin right tap got tap 120 day to hipalik koyanak. Yellowknife North Kafalinya. Inuvialuktun Lakes kalang nakto. Tam na nuitak nakulin niya kok. Inuvialuktun Lakes kalang nakto. Kuya nak. Tap ko ita malakotaliut kanok ugat Northwest Territories. Ugat mani nunapting ni ugat kanok ukalin niya itam na. Ugat ugat special committee miktay hugay ugat malakotaliut about hugay to ugat motion 2119. Ugat ugat kanok about tarlingin niya ito ugat kanok tap got 2023 mandate mika tahugad malakotaliut tap got atokonat. June 2021 tam na kanok tam na malakotaliut act niktay hugay malakotaliut piligin niya kahit atokonak kiligin niya kahit tap got tap got British Columbia tap got habak kami yung tam na kanok tam na kanok habang mata kanok kakamata kakiligin niya tam na kanok pinaktot kanok habaw takalin niya tam na kauchivutor o kauchit tap ka kanok atokonaktot kanok atokonak ka nga tam na o kauchit Official Language Act na itay na tahuga tam na ugat committee malakotaliut maling neligit ka tam na maling neligit ka tam na kanok na Harry Northman ay area. December 4, 2020 tap ko about harag agrat money 2022 time na kanok karalin at kanok ukatan chat time malrotalit kanok ukat kanok ukharay kami yung tam na kanok about taralin niya at kanok nagkokiliw na kalunin about the lugo tayo na kanok 2 year to nugiutin ugiunik kanok malawang ni kukiutin kanok about taralin niya at kanok tam na kanok tayo huga drip undrip tayo na about taralin niya at kanok laka tam na nagkokanyak luit tap ko kanok about habang mata chipting ni kanok kanok habang niyak parang Ugat Legislative Assembly miktayo na iglok pakpak kanok mani katimahurot kanok ugat kanok ukhablu kanok leka nagkokanyak luit about taralin niya right kanok ugat tap got malarotaliok tit ugat committee miktay hugay kanok ugat habak dot mani clerk niktay hugay to kanok habak dot mani kanok tam na malarotaliot malingnak dot tap kununa habang nakton mik malarotaliot malingnak dot tam na Yellowknife South kalangnertok Yellowknife South kuyanak ugat kanok malarotaliok malingnak to time kanok ugat malarotaliot malingnak to kanok ugat mani nunapting ni ugat tanngungit chut mani nunapting ni inyit kanok habang naktok na uhima tap kot ikayakluit tap kot inyit tanngungit chut mani nunapting ni ugat ugat kanok ikayakluit ugat maani nunaptingni kanok malerotaliute laasnik tai huait malerotaliute tabuk malingnaqtut akuata tutqikharlugita land claims nik ukuata malerotaliute nunaptingni tapkuata tangungitchat pilyangat kanok tapkuata habangnaqtuta hikayorlugit tapkuat inuita maani nunaptingni
and Indigenous governments. The goal of shared decision-making means to advance the building of Indigenous nations and governments, to avoid the past top-down approach taken by public governments, and to acknowledge that approximately half of the Northwest Territories population is Indigenous. Rebuilding our relationships will move us forward to agree
kuat kanok malerotaliut malingnearluita kanok qarivlu collaboration miktai hugait kanok qarivlu tauchikun kanok nakoqiniarlu kanok leqa ukuat Northwest Territories nunaptingni maani kanok ituaqiniarluit ukuat Northwest Territories tapkuat habaktuat Council of Leaders niktai hugait ukuat kanok tautimikoming qarivlu kanok nakoqiniarlu kanok kanokleqa about taqiniarluit about taqilluit nakoqiniarlugit qiyanaq
as the mechanism to implement UNDRIP in the NWT. Committee heard that the Government of the Northwest Territories should pass a law to implement UNDRIP to adopt the declaration as the minimum standard for how the survival, dignity, and well-being of Indigenous peoples in the NWT will be upheld in Government of the Northwest Territories law and policy. In other words, implement
Tabra tok taina tabra taina taina lu tabra tamatkoti na pilya roti kamingit kama mauro taina itsumati kamili tabra lu tok taina ilitsure kamitigit tabra lu taina ilangiti na nalikuararigait nalleekunin na ikayutikranginnik tabra tok taina kanok tamatkuati na malakutaleet na pitko kamitigit taina kawa maurot mani na ingmig taok taina lo tabra lu taina tamatkuati na pilyahi kamitigit tabra lu taina tok taina tabra taina tunaglani na pilyane ngat na pilya kamidung ilani kanok kauhirariga tamna atoktakting malakutaliakting tabra tok taina kanutunaglani na kanok tamanna na malakutaliak Malakotaliak kanok atokoniartilaakanga tamatkoolu ilitsokaniartit aambutnik pilakigait ilitsokaniartuat kanok angalarutinginnik.
No independent bodies are tasked to monitor how governments implement
Canada tabraili marugudilakatatayn na uaptikkuttauqit na malakotaliaqtugut. Tabraptaaqtaapkuat ingmikki na iliaqiluat tamatkuninga. Ilitsoqaniaqotin qanutunagalaani na nangintitsiluat matkuninga iliaqaaqtartuanin. Iliaqaaqtartuanik tait na aimaarvinginniit piaqluit. Tabraptaaqtait na ilitsoqikkamiti tait na uhutingin na iliaatni piirlugu iliaatni ilivlugu tait naqaartitaqakkingit. Tait naluptaartavai na atautsikun taamna atoqarigaat kihimeriungitsut atoqtangit tait na malaqutaliatit na atautsikun avanmuni naikayuutivluting tamatkuatavaratut qikqarniararigait. Canada tavaluptaartait na atalamik tait na pitquvlu tait na qarigai taapkuat kavamauruat iitsoqitquvlugi tait na atalamik taamna piniartarting atalamik piluguortuaruming tabra taamna tikinniartarting. Tait naluptaartava Mani Northwest Territories ni kavamauruat ilihimaru tait na tamatkuatit na iliaqirating hivunmung niartilaakrangit naagaluunniini na atoqniartilaakrangit iliaatni haperraaqaluartillugu tait na taamna hivunmun atuutigivlugu. Tabraptaaq taamna illuatunit na inuuniaquti Mani kavamauruat Northwest Territories ni tabraptaaq na uktoqaqqimagaluaqquting taamna isummatigira kamirrungit na tutqiqqarniararigaat. Kihutagalaatavra kihut tait na pahirauniartilaakrangit ilitsoqilartutaaptimuna. Northwest Territories ni tait na iliaqikaming tamatkuninga.
activity and other interjuris
Iliaqikaming tamatkuninga alla atauhimun iliaqilaitsut tait na allagiktuanun iliaqilaqtut. Tamatkoolu ingmiktigun kavamaqartua tamaat nalu angaqimaruat nunamingnik qiyanarpak galunaippnamatmi qiyanaqoqqarti tabraptaaqtiandablitimi tait na malaqutaliaqartut GNWT tait nalu tait na Inuvialuktun na ingmiktigun tautsikkuaqqutikki tautsikun tamatkuatut qiqqarniararigait. Tait nalu qanoq inuuniaruutingit inuit tutqiqqaqqimaniarlugit. Tait na tamatkuatit na ivuani tait naqqimarut tamattuminga na ingmiktiguttuaq nunakting aullartitsailikamisung angautikun tabra taamna huli ittoqtaamna. Tait nalu tabra taaqtait na taamna tutqiqqaaniartuat inyungnik inyuuhinginnik tabra tait na ataramik taamna huli atoqaat pangmapak. Taapkua malaqutaliatigun. tamat ko GNWT tamatay na ko ting malako tali aktet malako tali ni kahit tamat ko na maling niya luwit malako tali ting tamatay na tamat ko din na malako tali ni kin na hibuna review tam na malako tali aktay mahin tamat ko di kayo luwit tam na atok blue. Tay nalumtak to tay 9 meter ing miktigun ka mamakaktuat. Sabab na 11.51 1998 ni. Sabab tak GNWT tay na. Lad mani hibun ni awik pang mi tamat ko tabray diyat. Tabalo tamat ko di na katimakadagit na tamat ko ni angalat siya aktot. Nagalaw ni angalat siya ha. NWT mi tabra tamat ko at katimaringit. Dahil na tabra hibul na review na. Kanok ka o kauchingitigo ni na tamat ko at dahil na tamat ko aptak dahil na sumatigib luwit dahil na aptak hibul ni ako tiksakib luwit. MLM tunlek min okalang nekto.
Inuvialuktun Lakes kalang nekto. Hukat nun nekto ta moving pinyakto tukat kanok tam na undrip mik taihuga tukat kanok habaut taranyak kangat kanok malerotaliuta pinyak malerotaliuta malingniak luita tam tap tumagun undrip mik drip kanok ukat kanok hanakalakaw ukat inuita ikayornek luita na inawarding kanok laka ukat tauchikun ikayornek luita ukat inaward kanok habaut luita kanok ikayornek luita ukat inawarding kanok government tap quarter 120 days nun tap got kanoka 44-19 tam na habang niya tam na reconciliation miktahu kat dauchikun habak tot kanoka nakokanyak luit kanoka tam na noon na committee of the whole moon time na taihugat kaya tam na noon na nakuha na tam na got kanok malerotaliuta kanok about tanak parang kuyanak here south kalang nektok wakak de kanok tam na maka kalautil got kanok got tamna ulak power mata kanoka tutkikangnak pati kaya tamna about tayo loakat kanoka mitigation migtain na tapkot about tayo niyak parang kanoka tamna malarotal maling niyakat kanoka about tayo madrung who got Maka habak kalak to got kanoka tam tap tumaptak Hay River tam na habak kalak to tau chikun kanoka nako kanyaklu tam na kanoka tam na mitigation miktay hugay to got kanoka tau kanoka ulak para mata nako kanyaklu tut kikarnaklu kanok habak para alak to gut habak to gut huli kuyanak ulak para tut ulak kanoka habak tayo kamerung kanok human pinyak pihi tut kikarnak pihi ta kanok humig kanok ikayakonak pati tap ko tingitin ulak parak tot about tayo luakatam na kanok tau chikun tau chikun habak kaluakat aglan habang nakaluak tut kanok kanok tam na ulit tuat nut kakanengit tam na nut kaka ay papak ulit chut kanok tut kikarnek padung tam na ugot maka kanok kanok hamautik kamerung tam na kanok kanok habak kamerung
the planning prepared for flooding. We've also hired 5 regional staff that are working with all the impacted communities or potential impacted communities to work on their preparedness for this. So, and we have increased our staff at headquarters as well. So we've started working on this, or enhancing our services to the communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, advance warning of potential flooding is instrumental in keeping people safe. Any break in the warning system could result in damage to property or worse, loss of life. So will the minister tell me what, if any, work has been done to ensure there is an early flood warning, flood alert, and imminent flood warning system in place for this spring breakup along the Hay River? Because I know in the past some of the instruments that were on the river were damaged. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for these questions. Mr. Speaker, Municipal and Community Affairs will issue alerts on communities' requests and working with them on developing the process. We have also offered to work with the town of Hay River, the Reserve, and Enterprise to develop templates for alerts to assist with assistance of alerts with it required on urgent basis. We've also worked with the ENR as well to get that information out to the residents as and when needed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of ITI, who is responsible for the agriculture sector. As I said in my statement, it was really exciting to be at the conference last week, and I noted that ITI was there. Not only was there a tourism component, but there was also people attending the conference. So could the Minister speak a little bit about what she plans to get from her staff that attended, what sort of feedback were they giving, and how is that going to be incorporated into the department's?
ITI una kiulang niaktok. Okwata katimata kanuka tamanitong kanuka kanuka katimamata kanuka tamna kukwata oka tapkot oka nera tamna. Great Slave, Koyanak. Okwat kanok katimana katimanik tuat kanok karigait Koyanak. Tamna kanok pat tapkot katimata cultural strategy miktai hugay tukot kanok kot tutkikarnek nagalunin habautanya padrung tamna kanok pinyak tot kanok habautanya kanorleka tutkikarnek lui tapkot ukot government kanok pinyak tot kanok Koyanak. Teku tam minitak pinyak lui tanya ikayon dak lui kanorleka Koyanak 25% tun about darlin yarat. Ukot kanok tapkot now reenacted kanok nekisrupting nik taina kanok ikayulitin taiko para Koyanak. Ukot kanok maning nik kanok pinyakluta ukot pinyakluta kanok kinyaranik kanok federal government in Canada government nginit pinyakluta maningning pinyakluta kanoka ukautigalawakip ka tapkot federal Canada government kanoka pinyaklunga ukot kanoka kanokhleka ikayornerlugi tapkot nauchiniaqtot neqikraptingnik koyanak koyanak taiko mini taktam na ITI min ikayuiniaqluta kanok pinyaqtotukot nauchiniaqtot kanok neqikraptingnik kanorleqa neqinik nok ITI una ukot habautarigalori putamna aglan kanok ukot mani nunaptingni paklaneri putamna kanok taina nauchirot neqikraptingnik kuyanak koyanak qawqlikuna apiqruillangneriga kanok (2018) Open Government Policy niviktayhugait kanok upkot angmavat kanok tamna ukot mani nunaptingni tapkot Open Government Policy miktayhugait ukot kavamabut angmavat kanok Inuit kokwalavat maunga governmentunn ukot kanorleqa havautariuhugik putamna ikayornerluit Inuit kanok pulaarukkuming naagalunin qoqquarukkuming ikayornerik qoyanak koyanak koyanak kanok ikayornerpat ukot kanok tapkot pivot kanok havakpat havautarivat kutamna taina pinyot koyanak
Under this ukotavara kavamarot mani ingmingnik tawqa kanok angalarotikramingnik inna illaqehimarut tapkotavara inna pillanilluit uqautiraksaagalua qitin tapkot ingmiktigunitna malaqutalianikke illaqiraqartuat tainnaluutavara inna himmauhequgummirrung tainna himmauallagaat nalu kanok tap ko tawkin na GNWT kanole tamat ko din na ngalaro titing ilaki magay himalo tay naptaw kuyanak pagka kiwla kam nga tamat ko ni nga malakotale kun tay naptaw tamat tay na ing mikti untaw no nakaktod tamat ko nagalunin igilunigin na peka ing mikti untaw pekaktod tap ko tabre o kautigilaw kitka kanakulo tamat ko galat sumagay ta kabamanon kuya nakpak premier rock kuya nak tabre tam na una malakotaleak umani hibun niya ko pang mi tabre tay na tabre ikakakluman na mat ko about ringi ha na ilokay niya na ataw luit o kautigil lang niyakit ka tabre ilokata tay na kabamani abag tugut tap ko pigo malay kibutit inna ilike maniyakakibut kanok itwaktomik angalaruti kramik tabre luptok tamat ko atuk kabut nagalunin kanok kinyarenik atuk kapta kanok atutik srapting ni tabre tay na tabre kabamaro dupone ilyakiraktu tamat kununa kanok ulit tabre litsuka niya ako tabre atoko ningatin na kuliakakik puta ilokanyon inyong nun kaya nakakakte ako likrak apekrutakran tabaraloy na ilitsurep kanyak tuat tamat kuningain na kinyaranig mo nakrihurat tabartay na tunaglan milyan nik kinyaranig atukakto tabartay na kanok atulabatay na tunaglan tamat kuninga kihenik atukakibat kuya ako kakti kaya ako kakti tabertam na alang usarokin na himmerik tugukot kanok angalarutingigin na alang sarok tap ko ng kanok ilyakiranik malakotalenik minyihitak tabi ilyokating kanok tamat kot malakotalengit kabamani malakot takigait alakwakwichut tabi tamat kot na ilyakikapta tamat kuninga tabi tayo na maligakigait tamat kanok ilyakirabot kuyarakpak Trinidad wala David. Tara kuat ilihibay nutakatin na ilichuktuni ilihauti uktuni tara ilokate ilokainik utokanat na inyait na tamat kuat ilihauti rakigait nutakat. Tamat ko din na utokanati kayo kung nakakagayat ilihawri raktot ilihawri niya aktot nutakawranik kuyanak unatabra ilihawri ranik minhitawrak tabra ilokating mani Northwest Territories ni ilihimahong naktut tamat ko nga munakri niya aktonik utokananik kanok angala ruting itin na ito atun tamat ko angala tsukluid nutaka na nutakaranik ilihawri niya aktot naagalunin ilihaurirot nalo pillautauklugit matkuat utukkanat ikayuiniartuat tamatkuatin na iluatun na kiinyaavatigunluuni naagalunin ikayuutitigun ikayuoklugit tamatkuatin na taataangmingi inyuuniartuaquna na tamatkuaptaaq qiniqaqivut qimilaqauaqivut qanoqikayuutisaanginnik itsumaalugiraqivut tabra utuqqanaavat na taramik na inyuuniaqqimarut na nutaqqating naagalunin iluliting tutitseating tabra munaqiniaqlugit na ataramik pilaqtut ilihimagivut tamataina inyuuniaqtuat maani nunaptingni unaptaaq miñihitauruaq ilihaqtuani tapaptaaq tamatkuningaptaaq ikayuutinik ikayoqaaqivut tamatkuat ikayuiniartuat nutaqqanigitna utuqqanaat ikayuiniartuat tamatkuninga ikayuutinik kavamanin pilaqtutin nahavangitsuanun kavamaurat matkuat qutsiktuani Canadami tapraptaaq taamna pigigaat piiguumalaitkaat illiqihimagaat qiyanaqpak Trinidad-Willidamin qiyanaqquqaqti tavrona iloqaannik tamatkuatin na utuqqanaatin na munaqriruat nutaqqamingnik naagalunin ilulimingnik tutitsaamingnik munaqriruatit na kiiñauranikit na aitsullavatigit tabralutait na uma uqaakkanga kiullangnia kiguti qangitkaluartunga kiuniallangniaqiga tamatkuatin na isummatigi-hualuaqivut qanoq tamatkuatin na iñui matkuat tangungitsuat taitna ikayuqniaqaqivut tauq tamara taitna ikayuqtiqqauktuat qiyanaq Trinidad-Willidamin qiyanaqquqaqti tabralutait na ingmiktigun tauq napihuktamingnik ilaatni hapiqsallaaraqtut qiyanaqpak miñihitauraq ilihaqtuani tabralutait na himmauheqillugu itqa isumagigaluaqikput aglaan tamatkuatit na himmauhiutit na nalupqiñartut ilaani taitna ukkaluaqluni taitna himmauhiqukkaluaq tilluting uqaqti tamatkuatit na qanoqat tamatkuat Fort Smith mi hunik tamatkuatit na ilihaqaaqtartuat Fort Smith mun Brennan Halmit tuat tamatkuninga allanik iñuuniarviqal lavihigi tamatkuat qutsiktuani ilihaqtuanin munaqringi munaqringit tainaptaaq qavaqatigiaqtuut tautsikuaquta tamatkuat isumagiraqivut qanoq angalarutikserangit naagalunin ikayuutikseranik tabralu taitna ilihauriruat qutsiktuani ilihaqvingni tabra taapkunanga Tuharo Fort Smith min. Tai nalo tamat kuninga isumat o kakatigid kam ngatigut tam na o kai kaptigo Brennan Hall taverni tukumabet ilaharak taktot. Sabacha min. Minita makatla tilawanga mat kuninga. Tai na tamat kuati na himmawak parang tam na igilo. Tukubet ilaharak taktot kanok. September mi tawang pulal laktoanga. Ilitsurayak tilaktoanga taverni. Tabrelo tay nat naglani na koya kangani tabrunga kama. Tam na isummatigi putuna. Kanok ato ko na aktilakranga kinyara niktak isumalong miut. Kanod naglan ato ko na aktilakrap tingnik. Alalo ing miktiguntak nunakaktot nagalo ni ing miktigunit naptaw ka inyo habakaktot tamat ko di sumagi mibut kanok angalat chinyakop tamat kuninga tamat ko aptaw ki sumagi mibut na awan ngulain miut kaya nak tabraptaw tam na pakiutak palang nariya. Tam na Brennan Hall himawar niya padung nutamik igilumik. Aglan ulokang chut pang mapak. Tabrelo tayo na tinaglan. Tamat ko at isumatigi mibut kanok angalan niya ako tikrak puto na ay sumalo takikiput. Tabrelo tayo na primera ako na kanok minitang o niaktilaka ni tabra tam na hibon na kanya piter ko tam na tak kawamani ko at uniok taka ni kibut kanok isumatingit tabra ko at minihitara ko na tabra tight na kanok tap tuma Brennan Hall kihen pigingit kiga alamik ukuat na tukokaktin niya kabut itsumati sumalu takigit kamat ko ako ilakak takto tabrunga Fort Smith tabre pang mapagkibuna kang itsugit tumik kano tikramik isumalong itsugit pang mapak pihuk tight na isumapting ni pihuk kalwak lugo aglan tight na isumating kikput pang mapak kaya nak tabraw naptaw ka pakiutakin lang niya kigaw na tabraw ko at na pagirihurot pagirihuronik nutakawanik isumaluktun tabraw nutakawit na akanayat na akanang waktuat tamat ko di sumalugit ka tayo na tunagalan kiulgit tamat ko sumalugit ka ilihakak takanaktot tayo na 19 tunukyo kaktot kihenik tamat ko nga ikayo lagi bot tayo tayo na ikayo hurot ikayo kakigait
Member for Kamlik.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Tabrelo ko na pakiuta kami kaka tamat ko ilo kain niya katawid luwit tayo na munakri hurot, ikayu'i hurot, tamat ko do kauti ulakit ka. Kanok ikayo lang magay tamat ko nutakawati na nutaka kaktot. Ilihangan na ako ting. Ilihangan na ako ting nutakawra kaktot. Tabra pagirik ranginik isumaluktun nga. Tayo na tabra ito amik. Tamat ko at ilakilabitikit. Tayo na kinyara din na tutrik kayo niyak to at tutrik kayo. Tabra lo tayo na tabra mani Northwest Territories ni na tabra tayo na ikayo niyak to at na ikayo ilaw talay chung naktot. Ilang tayo na hawayakta kaming nagalunin. Ilihakakta kaming tamara pipiweting tabrong out of lugit. Ikayo kitchinya tamat kununga. Ilihawri roanon. Tabra tayo na kawamano tayo na. Kawamano no pawra kaming tabra tamat kununga ilitsaka na yaktot. Tabalut tayo na tunagalan na kabamatubagut kabamauron na muna tamat kuninga okaw diraktok patigit ito ayaktok tamat ko hinili tsaka na yakay kanok kayo kanak tilak raming tabraw na ikayo kalakanyak nutak kanakin na ikayo niya kanak tamat kuninga pang mapak awla kanak kerok isagutin na kerok pang mapak utak nga ako ting tao nung aglan huli ni ukiyo ni nagalaw ni hibut tamat kuninga kutsik to ni ukiyo ni tayo na utak kayo ako tin tayo na tunagalan ukiyo na laki ligit kahit. Tamat ko ilaw kaluit.
Service agreement in order to be able to access these funds. And then on the back end, if that, and the end of the day,
Got kanok ilihakanek to kanok maning nika ikayo kaluit ikayo nakigay tap got 16-year-old tun ham kiyunik to kanok dutak pipira kak to kanok ikayo nak pihu tam na got programming the dahu gay to got kanok ikayo nak luit tap got nutakat 16-year-old tun pipira kaktot kanok ikayo luit ikayo nak luit tap got tam there's a got kanok ikayo nak luit tap got nutakat 16-year-old ukilik kanok pipira kaktot kanok got kanok kanok pinyak patap got kanok ikayo nak pati tap got nutakat tam na tap got ikayo nak tap got nutakat ilihanak tot kanok leka aglan pipira kaktot hapernya pelektok tayo na sko kaya na ilihanak tot pipira kakam Havautari galwari putam kanok ikayo kli tap kot nutakat aglan haperanyak tuktaw. Koyanak. Koyanak. Tap kot apkodak par apkodik nik karilang nektunga kanok. Tap kot nutakat inyait tap kot iliharnertot kanorleka tutkikarnerluit inuhingit ting kanok ikayornak kuyanak infrastructure kuyanak kanok tap tain tap kot ilihaktot kanok taima pianiktot kanok ikayil lagi put ikayil ikayonerik tap kot kanok aglalat aglanik pihuk kuming kanok aperruinaktut aperruillalut wapting kuyanak 1975 1982 kanok ugot kanok Liard Highway damna higher north damna kanok on the job ikayokluit tap got habang nektot kanok leka tap okay kanok kanok tap tuminga tainik kanok pivat ikayornerluit tap got habang nektot kanok tap got aglan got aglanik perruinaktut perrular kanok application nik hugait got kanok tap tuminga tamna habang kuming kanok taina tap got ilihanik tot kanok habang kuming aglang nik aperruillalut kuyanak got tamna tamna kanok projects nik hugait got kanok uktornak kanok kanok ikayornak got habang nektot kanok leka got kanok iharnertot kanok ikayillabigit kanok taina habang nektot tap tumunga Mackenzie Valley Highway tam apkodakpak taina habang kalok tuit taina habang kalok tuit tamna apkodakpak habang tayo galorik put got January min got Satu min got habang nektot tap got tamna iliharanaqtua training niktai hugay tukot kanok ikayo hurugutain kanok leka ikayo hurug tapkot hima tapkot havang nektut kayanak. Got kanok got contractor niktai hugay got habag okay kanok tapkot contractor niktai hugay haba bite kanok pinyangit kay tapkot lihaktot tayo na habang niramik kanok pinyangit kay aglan tapkot habaguro at bihugay to kayanak 2022 tapkot ubagut habak bite tapkot 51 nig ilihaktonik bihur birot tapkot ilihaniktot kanok aglang nig apekroy nyaktut got apprentices appressed.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, Member for Mumphrey.
Kayanak. Tapkot nutakata got kanok got kanok about the rewarding what do you tapkot kanok nutakata
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we talk about early intervention and education of child and family,
got nutakanik munakri huro time na nutakata 18 din hama kanok pinyak pati tapkot age out of system niktay hugay tapkot nutakata got nutakata pinyak ay mawing ni ito at kanok tayo na youth aging out the system tayo na pihuray to got nitakat inyang mata isi ni I can't.
Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd really like to leave this assembly believing that I have made some progress on the amount of money we pay Northview. The only public figure
$20.1 million dun hama manakaktut. Kayanak. Infrastructure min. Kayanak. Ugot kanok inarnik got kanok commercial offices niktai hugay to got habaguro in inarni kanok tamna North View miktai hugay to got tap got atok tichurot inarnik kanok pivot. Tamna inyong mga mani inyo at kanok about the kanya parang tam na kanok atok tichuro ti inyawar ni kanok tap got kanok atok tichuro kam about habang nek patay na kaya nak kanok about the kanya ngit ka tap ko aglan Camille Karnau about the kanya ngit ka kaya nak kanok tap ko about the kamerung nakuro kun about the niyarat bukot inaranik bihuktot kanok ikayaw nakiritap kot kayaw nakiritap kot inaranik atoktot office space niktay hugay kot kaya nak kaya nak government money kot kanok tayo na aglanik apekrinak proposal niktay hugay kanok got kanok una habak bait habak pangnika muna rihurot pinyangit chutay na tap got pinyangit kait kaya nak kanok tap got inaranik pihuktot ikayaw nakigaloktot ukot kanok tap got Scotia building nam na inara kagaloktot aglan kanok about the kanya parding kaya nak infrastructure kaya nak got kanok got inarnik pekakto at kanok manin yal knife me kanok kalaw tiniyang kikput tap got kanok humi pinyaktot pinyak chart kanok lika tayo na kanang itut mani kanok tain abang nengitsugut Cam Lakeman. We've got the Minister of Health, Pecriliang Naria. We've got Nitak Kanok Child and Family Services, Nick Dahugay. Kanok Munakri Hukalo kaming Kanok Pinyak but Pilyavat Kanok Leka Kanok ikayaw na kiritap ko munak nitakat munak inuit munak rihu kami rin. Got kanok nitakat munak rinak tot kanok tayo na ikayaw na akluid ay papak tayo na ngurit. Got tap got habak tot pinyakalok tot aglan na yan ni tap got ilihakan tot ikayo nakir tap got ay mabichot luni nagaluni I'm a vekaktat Got ilihakan tot ikayo nakir kiyanak. Kiyanak. Kanok tayo na tap ko tayo kayo nak tuta tap ko ilihakan tot tayo na aglan got kanok kayo nak kirutap ko tayo ilihakan tot aglan got kanok ikayo nakirtap ko tay kanok leka ikayo ilihakan tot ikayo nakirtap ko got ilihakan tot kanok ikayo nakigalok to taglan haperenak to yan ni kanok pinyak tot pinyak kaming tayo na humulah bilugitap ko tayo ilihakan tot kanok kayo lahi bilugitap tayo na kanok leka ilihakan tot ilihakan tot ikayo biakluit tayo na pinyakalwak tot aglan haperenak tok kaya nak kiuneria ilan ni tam minitak tam kaya nak Hmm. Tap got okakte got health and social service nikta hugay got tan na ikayokna to time na ay having me ta itut kanok ikayunya khluting got ilihakana tonic kuyanak Inuvialuktun Lakes. Tam na minita ka health and social services min kanok got kanok tam ikayo to got cultural services nikta huga do na tam na kanok ikayunya khluting got ilihakana tonic. Eh. Got kanok kanok ikayunya tot kanok leka ikayona lugitap got ilihakana tot tap got luni ukaranak kiri tap got inyait ilihakana tot kuyanak kuyanak nakuna kok.
Written questions. Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Mr. Clerk.
56-19 to Yellowknife North, Okaranerat, Kuyanak.
Petitions. Petitions. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for health and social services.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document. Government of the Northwest Territories response to motion 64-19.
19 brackets to suicide prevention migdai huay du got in mingun annernertat. Kuyanak. Got illikineritka. Illikineritka got 19 bracket 2 got kanak. Got 2022 public count nikdai huay maning nika habaktot. Kuyanak.
To me, as Speaker, I hereby authorize the sitting beyond reasonable hours of the day. With member for Inuvialuktun Lake signature.
I now call Committee of the Whole.
Inuvialuktun Lakes una akapinyak to kak o kaktim akopi untangan ni. Tayo lang niyak tut anu utefakir kuyanak.
All right.
Voice, everything.
Committee the whole tap got Malero o karinya 56. Minister tap na igilok pa mulakrit. Kuyanak. Phil 56. O got the Malero housing in WT mun got kanok himmernirat
Tam na tabra himahar ni kanta housing nor NWT mik housing corporation nga khidugit NWT mik at chiskingyarat tabra tak tamat ko na tabra 30-19 tabra tamat ko at maligo taliani tuat 64 ditun tayo na tinagalan tamat ko at nuktitat ito tap mani malakotaliangan niya. Housing Corporation tap mga atsak mau alakangat tabraglan tayo na tamat ko at malakotaliani mat kuninga 20th munaglan tap ko at na allagi na allangok titangit nagaluni himaw titangit tabraglan tutrik kakanakli tutrik kay kangit tap ko nga tayo na tabrayin yung ektoanik na kayok takakota kati marinik nagaluni na kano hakaw tikrangin tabrap tao kibun mun awla kimani akopta tabrap tao tamat ko din na ilitsokan niya kibut tamat ko at kanakulot ay mawaktat mat ko at kabamat na ilaliw tira kanekto ilitsokan tamat ko na malakotalianik tabrap tayo na
costs. While the program and policy housing NWT
tabrap tawkit na ilitsarap kairo at tukot Housing Corporation himahara niya ka na biluting o kauti kang Housing NWT Housing NWT himahara kluig lulakadit tabrap tawk tamat ko di lawat kublugit Mane NWT kaba maurot naluing miktiwing kaba makakto tamat ko di lokanya kit na habakatigi hukit ka. Tayo na tabra tutrik ka na kaptigo tam na tutrik ka luwe. Tutrik tilu tayo na angalat suklu. Isir na ikayok takakanik. Ikayok tikrakanik ka isirak titsukpit. Kung niya kakatsurirok. Malawang ni kayok tikrangin nik. Minyatak minyakan tapka talak minyon. Tanes ko par Stephen Lanigan na hamin niya. Kaya nak. Tap ko taba apreuta kafe. Malakotaleni 56 me. Kaya nak. Tabrap tao ko kwat tabraw kwatin na mani hibon niya pang may tamat kwatin na ilakay magay tamat kwalit na matkwat ikay hurot inyong nik habang itsuanik tayo na luto ba igilula kasi tayo na tamat kwat ilakay himarot tamat kuninga tabrap tao tamat kwatin na Inuvialuktun Inuvialuktun na habagtit mani MLA na hapera niya kiblugo tayo na kapakruta kakakto tayo na igululakirotikun. Kanakulo tabrap tayo na Inuvialuktun na kapit kaya tayo na tamat kuninga ukakto na isuatun na pakruing iluting. Tabralo tayo na nakikutakaktot tayo na kamitigi tayo na tabralo tayo na tamat kotin na isuatun kinaranik atutikrangin niya akilikaktot lumingnik. Tabralo tayo na una himmauhit kogaloa nariga tait na inyong nikit na pilayan niya tuat inyuga pain mata uwani tait na tap kod iglulakidit minihitangan nun apakaraay kamingit na ilang tait na iswato ni apakaraayingin mata ilan ni tait na apakaraayot iswatun apakaraayingin mata ilan ni kigutisratit na nalunaktut kuyanakpak kuyanak kakti tam na tula tabro na ilihi malaguta malagutali ako na ilan ni hapakanaktak tam na tabra malagutaliak na tam na pigalawaktin nago tap ko tabra himawak taktang kangit na malakotalian ni inmagaita Inuvialuktunga. Aglan hungin miga tamna tabra tau tu piaklugi na ilitsura ho piaklugi na lokamelaka tau panin na ilitsura ho piaklunga piga.
Committee agree that there are no further general comments.
Ilakaring tabra ang akpata tap tuminga o kailakangani. Tait na tabra ilulaka dito na malakatalayang at nakuha niya pihiyong. Tabra ilo kahita nakuha niya kupki. Tabra lo tait na tamat kuatit na atawit una. Ataw hemin talimano naglan aglaktani kihitchitingi 11 min 15 mun 16 min 19 mun malakotaliak 56 mun nul lang nertunga Ilokading tabrelo buwani to tamat kont ilulakadit na hugin yak parung tam na ilulakadok minihitangat mani Northwest Territories ni tabrelo tam na naligit kikput ang naligit kikput ilokada tabrelo ko anitil He time maganili chutukot.
Committee, we've agreed to consider table document 813-19-2, 2023-2024 main estimates. We will now consider the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs. Does the Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs have any opening remarks?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to present the 2023-2024 main estimates for the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs. Overall, the department's estimate proposes an increase of $62.577 million, or 58% over the 22-23 main estimates. These estimates support the mandate objective for the department while continuing to meet the Government of Northwest Territories' fiscal objectives to prioritize responsible and strategic spending. Much of the increase in the department's proposed main estimate is funding of $61.729 million to complete recovery work related to the 2022 flood in the town of Hay River and on the Kaddichi First Nation Reserve. Other highlights of the proposed estimates include an increase of 1.375 million in initiative funding. Of this amount, 83,000 is for the community governments to assist them in providing municipal services and to fully achieve the government of the Northwest Territories mandate commitment to reduce the municipal funding gap by 5 million. There's also an increase of 89,000 for the Delaney-Goatney government, consistent with the terms of their financing agreement. The remaining 453,000 the initial funding is to provide for 3 additional full-time emergency management organizations positions to provide greater support to community governments and for the department to increase capacity for emergency management activities and support monitoring and situational awareness, mitigation and prevention of territorial emergencies. Other increases include 8,000 to support the cost of providing NWT 911 service in both French and English, 227,000 in forced growth for projected increase to rebates to seniors and disabled persons for property taxes, and increase of 15,000 for projected increases in mobilization or amortization due to the depreciation for new vehicles in Fort Simpson and Inuvik. Reductions reflected in the proposed main estimates include 507 for the sunset for one-time funding in the 22-23 for additional 911 or NWT 911 staffing costs and 150,000 for auditing service required for investing in Canada infrastructure plan. There is also a decrease of 120,000 in contract service budgeted to reflect a reduction of this budgetary item across all departments. These estimates continue to support the priorities of the 19th Legislative Assembly and version of the budget 2023 by meeting the mandated commitment to reducing the municipal funding gap of 5 million. I look forward to answering any questions the committee may have. That concludes my opening remarks, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you wish to bring witnesses into the House?
I do.
Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber.
Look at this.
All this time?
I think so.
No, you had it all. Oh. Maka una ikayok tiniktok. Minihitak maka min. Director of Corporate Affairs no tam na young. Got karana right got 336, 337, 338 got karana right. Frame Lake mina pekhoy lang naktok. Noon tap got nunat to community government inini government. Humit pita tap the muna. Habak tu tau chikun una nekpang me. City Miktai Hugat.
Is there actually, like, areas identified?
Ugata Kanoka Nunat Pivat Kanoka
They're interested in some of those areas?
Kanoka
Ready to sign over title to these areas, to the city? Is there a timeline? Can I get a little
Pivatigit.
Madam Chair? Thanks.
Ukarifalo Damna Kanoka Pinyak Pirot. Tap got 65 Nick, tap got Kanoka Inini lots Nick Tahuga to got Kanoka tap got Nunat Init Nagalun. Kanoka tap got Kautiluita Tangung Church government. Tap. Tap got talk no mani nunapting ni it yeah Kumilaka in our ni it Sax Harbor look up to what took to meet up Fort Simpson Bechaco Talita Kukwata inawit Kanorleka ikayo nakluita about Taigalwarik but Kanoka Okarivlugit Kanoka Nakokanyakluit Kanoka itot Tap got about Taigalwarik but Kanoka
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to the Minister.
Koyanak
Can the Minister just tell us where we're at?
Minita ko na kiulabangya mani nunami yellow knife kanok init tamar tap got kanok about the river koyanak Department lands nunanik habak kanok and WTAC tap kunini kadit kalawak tu kanok ukariblugutam na kanok nunanik habang nakpat kanok habang naktutuli tap got
Thanks, Madam Chair. Is any of this going to happen before the end of this assembly? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Nachinak padukot una iglok.
Maybe I'll just be really specific here. That is there actually going to be any land transferred from GNWT?
Got nunak pati to got nunanik kanok about the kanak padung kuyanak. Deputy Minister kiulang niyak tok.
Thank you, Madam
Kuyanak.
The work that we've been doing has
Got habak kalawak put Ukiuni 7. Ukiuni kanok aglan una makauni pingichok kihimi ma YKDFN got about Tarigaluarat. Got
also dependent on their timing and priorities.
Kuyanak. Kuyanak. Kuyanak.
Are there any further questions under community governance? Member for Great Slave?
Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious of the 12 positions that are located.
We got 12 Nika Hamma.
Is there a plan to move any of these positions out of the capital, and also are many of them vacant? Thank you.
Minister Mata.
Havak 12 Nika Bigalok Kanoka Nunak Padit Kanok Padit.
But we can get back to committee with the further detail of that number. Thank you.
Kiufarneri committee tamna Malarota Liunik Malarota Liuktot Kanoka Kiufarneritka.
So just more of a comment there. Can the minister or the department speak around the number for the planning?
Kanoka Pivata Kanok Havak about the Rivadrum. Kanoka 21, 22 me.
Stayed steady the last 2 years, and it's a little bit less. Given that we sort of talk a lot about wanting to empower communities and
Kanoka
for their own disaster mitigation as we learned through the flooding or disaster planning, can the minister department speak to whether we're going to see an increase in funding here coming forward? Thank you.
Kanoka Manifanik Kachifarnek Padit.
No, not at this time.
No.
See increase in this area. Thank you.
Naka
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Pifarnerikat.
The work on the community plans would be fall under. Thank you.
For further
Makamin.
Deputy Minister, thank you.
Deputy Minister, skill lang nektok.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As
Kuyanak.
the Minister noted, we don't have any
Minihitak ko na tapkot maningnik ay chufarnari kadiut kanok
however, we are looking at internally where we do need additional support.
ako hinyakalok tuit kanok tapkot kanok havaktot kanok ikayonak
Supporting communities with climate change, to
got kanok
attract new business and make home
kil
it's a very important area. We are looking for options to
tapkot ikayonak tot kanok kamilwari alok tuit kanok tamna kiufarnengit kikput koyanak kanok taina kamilwari alok tut koyanak
It is on the communities to save money and prepare for floods,
got
to hear that the department acknowledges
tut kokonarait manit ilatni gok
assuming it's just one position. I'm alarmed by that, and I think that if anything, this would be an area
kanok taina
communities by hiring regional people in those communities to help with the community planning that the
kanok ilatni piak korner tot kanok ikayorluit tamna manika tut kokpatigat kan kuyanak got okarilang neriga regional allocation tamna okarilang neriga kanok pinyak pata kanok pipkarnek padit kanok got kanok pinyak padit 5 ton Maka Kuyanak. Yellowknife. Betchacoat.
As the member is saying, Fort Res also has,
Fortress.
is served out at the South Slave as well.
Ugot. Tuniday Waliday.
So I take it that there's no positions in Dilo that also going back to
Ugot kanok pati kuat habak tuataina. Kanok kabakak tuat kanok ikayok pati kuyanak.
The positions are in Fort Smith.
Fort Smith mi tap kuat tam na inikaktok office miktai hugay to kuat Fort Smith mitok kuyanak. 20-day will the day riding tam na tai hugay to kuat 20-day will the day mi inarak. Kanok ikayok pati tap kuat. Kanok nunak parung tada Dilo. Tap kuat kanok region nigday hugay inak pa nunak pati kanok humun taiku.
Thank you. So right now, the regions are set up.
Tap got regions, got regions nigday hugay to got inak pa kanok pinyak patit. Kuyanak.
Back on, thank you.
Tuniday waliday na. Hava katigit nek petit tap got nuit nun inak pa nunak kapit. Nunak dot kanok ikayo nek pati tap got.
I can't make a commitment that collective, but I mean, I'm more than willing to have those conversations with the Minister of
Kanok katimalurut kanok kakalutam na kanok nagkurakan hawalaw ta kanak kuyanak.
also just thinking under the page 336
336 page.
talks about community planning.
Community planning mikday hugay kuat in our habaw ta kanyak
Overall, I just want to
nak.
I was the chief for the Yellowknife First Nation from 1990.
Yellowknife Deni First Nation ukwa ubanga hibunyak ta Dilo tada kuat hibunyak ala kama hingilakan chief mikday hug ala anka. Kanok ukot kanok about nek parung tam na kanok government makwa kanok ikayaw nek pating tap kot ikayaw nek pati kanok tap kot habak tot tayo na.
Thank you. So
Kuyanak.
we do have a community planner available to help
Ugot
communities on it. Communities have
in our kanok leka ikayaw nek kalok
lots and develop their own lots.
ikput aglan
Have our staff work with them to help them develop.
habak tot mani
They can do that with. Thank you.
tamani habak tot kanok ikayaw nek ikayaw nek ulok tut aglan habang naktut. Got manikakalok tut manitut kanok pinyak pat kanok about takanek parang tayo na tam na kanok pinyak padit kanok so kinyak padit tayo na 177,000 tun manikaktot kanok atong nek padung tam na manik kaya na kanok kanok pinyak padung tam na hansok kinyak padung kanok habak kalok that money to got in order kanok isok kinyak padung we got kanok kanok ikayo na padung tayo na kanok in order magko ininik kanok ikayo na padig kaya na kaya na kaya na here Southman tap got okay community tam na community planning miktay hugay got kanok na pat Deputy Minister akil lang nekto una maka una ikayo huro kanok leka ugot nunat got kanok ikayo na kami dun tayo na planning tayo na huro tayo na huro tap got ikayo na akliting kanok got kanok tutik karnak lui to got in our in it lands niktay hugay to got kanok about the kamrung tutik karnak lui kanok in Europe kaya na Haver South. Tap got aglivat kanok hubat got ulik power mata kanok kayo na petit got kanok kanok before na petit kanok habang mata kaya na we got in our community government niktay hugay to got in our government kanok tutik karnak right tutik karnak lui tap got kanok kanok kayo na lui tap got Inuvialuktun untamani inimni. Tapkot inarit kavamangit kanok kayo naktut nakokiligo inuhik kuyanak. Ukot tauka hilyak puta allang mata ukot kano Hay River Title JJ ukot tamani hakar kanok ikayonak pati kanok huangar wakpangnik atong mata tapkot greenhouse gases nika kuyanak. We got inarit about the commission na plants nick tayo hugat kuyanak. Maninya choktam na kanok ukalaw tikiga yani kuyanak. Ukot tau kanok ukot mani nunapting ni kihuta kamen ukot makona ukot mani tok Northwest Territories mi kuyanak. Mampui. Hapakrui lek ukalok tunga kuat uning ubat North Slave Minister minita go ukal Pachako and Yellowknife Clito region mi ukat pingoni tap got Bekakturgok got humid but I'm a bimni kuyanak Clito Taiku 3 positions in Pachako 5 in Yellowknife Ali yeah 5
What?
It's not just Yellowknife. According to, it's kind of a little bit confusing here, the system that they have in place, because sometimes North Slave consists of Tlitsuke, Ford resolutions.
Got kanok about the barung tap got in our positions nick tayo hugay kanok about the barung tayo na kanok
Ukot katiba vaichot avictola kuki nakusarayartok tamat kodin na ilatne ukok pechikolo Yellowknife tauchimito erdidaktut ilangit tamat kod inaurat na tauchimito erdiluting na avictuar pintigit ilitsorep karpatigut tabe nakuna yartok talle maurugaloartut mani Yellowknife me ahin taunani nakinima nani Pechikomi pingahuru tabe tamat kodin na nalia kuarpatam na Pechiko nagalunin ukunani ilaubluni avik tuarpatigidi charap karpatigut kanokin avin nga magaita tap kuninga ilitsara uktunga. Tabertai nakatay lan ni iniwek tuatin na. Ilangit habaw takaruni inuit tamat kunani. Ilaw mata matkot yalo na imilani nalop kanya rehu giga kanok matkot habaw takanyak tatka ilaw ra mata mga alanin inyin 64 minaglan 65 67 minaglan tamat ko din na victor ke magibut nani habang niyak tilak sangit tabab taktay na alay na himaw hilyagibut humun ililiyake dar rugut kihunig liyaka kanok damani yun pechikomi wagutin na habag bekaktugut tabab taktamat kuninga na ilihimarugut tay na kanut naglani tamani habag take habag bekak tilap tingnik tabab takukwat tapkwat kawaman na haba kawamani ubagutit na ilihimarugut inyugek to tahin mani yalo naif mi ilyuting na kanok angalarutik saming nikta nalop ke hu raktut na waptik na wagut allagi huta tabertam na himaw hilako galwaki tapkot betchikomun ahin tamat kotit na habaktit tamat kotit lihimablutin kanok inyune ako tipting ni kuya nakpak tabertam na kanyak to na akput kamilreo na akput ilitso kanya na akput tabertam kawamani to nga kawamani ilitso kakangani kanok taman na angaraw inyiblu tap ko na ni tap ko dahil tayo na tauchimiti takangit huama hini hubluwit na tauchimit pangnik aglan pangmapak tabab tawakit na hilalibutin na inyune akto taberniptak na hapakrala ko ni inyune ako timinik piroak tamat kotit na tamat ko habaw tatka na habaw takikat ka inyuit allagig tutay na kuting ila ni abunga allamun nunamun atiting iliblugit. (2023-24) tap ko kinyaligilawit kuya iligi 338 mi kanok tamani inawal latit na kano haraw tingit tamat ko 341-43 tamat ko tapos takawit ko kaw tigiluwi na allan ngok tangarlugit tamat ko na inawal la na kanok ang alaruting inyik tuhalaw tunga tamat ko na matkotin na tamat inara ni ito at matkuninga okrokorote kung tamat kotin na ilitsyo kay rugut tayo na tinagalan okrokorot matkot akitsok to at ilitsyo kay bilita tamat kot ninara ni ito at ikayutik rakakpatamat kununa tamat to kilangit nik tamat ikayu tiksakaktuudilanginnik. Tamatkuap tara okaibluit na akilifakrat na tamatkuat income tax nagpilakagay dagalan akilifakrat tamatkuat carbon tax pilakagay. Taraptak tayo na $2.60 dun itut tayo na inara ni itut. Dahil makauna tap ko nga ismalog pa. Ismalog uban tayo na ikayo kraming kanuto nagalan aki hutila nga ilitso kanya kay Badrung. Tam na tabar mingi hitawrak tabar tap ko na ni tayo na ikayo labatigik tamat ko atin na tamat ko apakrakto at inyo na ako himing niki akoro atin. Tam na tabar deputy minister kiulang na akatin. Tabar tak tayo na tayo na tunagalan $833,000 dun tabar tamat ko in na tabar tamat ko and tabar tamat ko kaba mani atugang tap ko tabar kinikto akaluit kami laki akaluit ki tamat ko kanto tunagalan tabar 23 tabar luit tayo na Inuvialuktun kinara ni ke inatutik sakakto taman tayo na inaralanun. Tayo nalo tamat ko na iglunin ubap mani Inuvialuktun alaging mata tayo na agrakto akli tamat ko iktakungit kokebingit nagaluni tayo na utak-tak to aklugi tayo na kubirak tut. Tabatam na isumagigput. Tabalutak tayo na ilokating tayo na tut. Kuyanak akakte. Yunakput. Kuyanak. Kuyanak pak tabarapa kiulakam nga. Tabar na kitsupiak tok taman na okrorok. Tabalo tayo na hawak titak tayo na kutsik iblu. Iblu tayo na hawak tut. Tabalo tayo na kanut na gala tabra. Kutsik hinyak tok akikirak put tamat kununga. NWTAC tabra tamat ko atin na hawak atin na kalawarit ka. Inara ni tot tayo na ikayo klugit tamat ko di sumalugit ka inyong mata habaw tayo kam ni inara mikidot tabalo litso kanya kaktugot kano katuti magay tamat ko tayo na inara lahat tamat ko habaw tayo kanya kakibot. Tabra ilokan yun na katimaroan nun laki rugut ilitso kanya ako tamat ko nga kano kay inyo na ako tingin niya ilitso kanya na aktugot. Tabra tamat ko na ikayo na ako pigit una akpakalawak tindagot yun tamat ko na isumatigit kagalawakat ka kilame ako ting. Tamat ko na NWT dot isumagit kopiyakit ka. Ikayo ko blugidinit ka. Habaw takikat ka inuit. NWTCAC. Taba plara NWTAC taba ikayo tau chiko ni kayo te hema miruguk. Atawi talang mi ukiumi taba ilichore nyalagaktugut. Aglan pang mapakit na okakatigi hugurug tamat god tamat god na me aurot inauralani tabarili okakatigi rakibut tamat kuninga ilichore niyakuta. Tamat ko hinawag tibut tayo na ikay tamat ko at okakatigiraki ay tilichaka niya akluit. Ataw luit ki ilichaka niya akluit kano kang alatsira magayta nagalun ni kano ikayo tikraming ni iwaklak to atit na pigo malay kibut. Come like me. Tabralo tamat ko atin na ingmiktigon habakak tot o kakilala wagi. Kaya nak. Tabram na. Ukitrek tabra tam na o kakimikakpot. Tabrap tak tayo na aki huruak na aki huruak taman na tutrek karanayaklo kakput. Tabralo tayo na payuirot mat ko agarak to tunik tamat ko di sumaluhit ka pang mapak. Makami minihitak. Tabar tam na corporate affairs nik tap ko o kaktil lang ni akigaw na ilichakap 150,000 tun tamat ko din na. Kaya tamat ko din na ilichakap patigit ka din naglan kinyara ni kataktilakting nagawli. Kaya nak. Huh? I'm hungry.
To not complete this work now that these dollars are being sunset. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maka.
Yes, it's still going to be done in this fiscal year, and we're hoping to have it done in the next 3 or 4 months.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
So just so I'm clear, so then not in this calendar year before the end of the assembly, because the fiscal year would mean you'd have to have it done for us by the end of March 31st. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maka.
Claire.
Makam 23-24 time na ukiumi. Fiscal year miktai hugat koyan. Apekri hug kalok tunga konak kanok got nun nek tot kanok maningnik. Got nard got bihug kalok tut got kanok pinyak patap got aglan tap got nalugalwak tut aglan maka una kanok ikayornek pati tap got nalurot huma tap got habal nakhatay na kuyanak. Deputy Minister, kiyo lang naktok. Ugat, Madam Chair, yeah. Ugat maning nika kanok maning nika ugot kanok ikayulanek pati kanok
Like there may be short-term vacancies in the finance department or the senior administrative officer or band manager position. And yes, through the School of Community Government, MACA does offer
Makona ikayuhurut tapkot kanok ilihak tineklui tapkot havaktot tamani. Kanok Ohima tapkot ilinyaktot kanok havang neramiktain na. Kuyanak. Frame Lake mina kalang nektok. Apekroy lang nektok. Tam naman ngit budget niktay hugait. Ugot maning kanok pinyak patap kot kanok maning nik asset plans niktay hugait kanok asset plans niktay hugait ugot kanok Pekak tot kanok tain kanokit pat kanok kuyanak. Frame Lake me. In our kanutun pekangit patay na asset plans niktay kanok in our hibon nektot kuyanak. $15 in our kanok havakalaktut. Frame Lake min. Kuyanak. 6 tayo na tapkot pekalaktut kanok asset planning tayo na got haba director na kilang nektok. Kuyanak. In our time period kanok kayok nakpati tapkot inuit in our kanok pinyak patit. Training to the school. Tapkot iyahaw tinek iyahakanaka kot uno iyak mini kanok ikayuinek tot kanok leka kanok kot habak tot tayo kanok pinyak tot. Ugot kanok pirak bata pihuvat kanok ikayonak lugitap kot inawar ni habaktot kanok uhima iliyaktot lihaknaktot ikayokonat kayanak fornik tapkot circuit workers tapkot inawar nun pihur taulaw tahab ikayonak liting kanok leka kanok tapkot kinyawar kun Kakehara kuna yaganiaktuat kayit na tap kununa nakuna yakto kanok ikayoniaklu tap kot habaktot in our ni makamin tapiri minister na kiulang naktok taiku kanok tap kot habang naktot kanok ikayoy mata kanok kanok about takinaktok kanok isotun habang nakoting kanok habang naktot kanok ikayo nakluitap kot ilihak naktot kanok maningnik hakutari kami kanok makawana taina ikayo ihurok taina kanok leka God ikayo ihurok kanok leka God inherit God ikayo nakluit taina God tauka hilak puti swakinya hilak puta alangoman kuyana Prime Lake me. Six nick six nick in our kanoka ikayok patit kanoka pinyak pat kanok hubat kuyana deputy minister Guru kuyana hukata kanok hukata kanok ikayong matingit tap god van pipe habaguru in our ni ikayo nakluit kanok leka god tamna asset planning ni taihugay to god kanok kanok ikayong mata kanok isokto kuna habagurut habang nerurut kanok leka nakurokun uhima nakoknyakluit kanok tapkot habaktot inarani Kaya NWTAC and Algan tap got habaguru tau chikun tap got habag ikaya bugati kaya
municipal funding gap. But anyways, I'm going to move on to one other thing because I know I don't have much time left. What are we doing to help communities divert hazardous waste from their landfills? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Maka. Deputy Minister, kilang naktok. Kaya nak.
To remove hazardous waste from their solid waste sites where there's us, ENR and community governments are working on a project. We've taken a regional approach, so there's work underway with external contractors.
Tap ko tabra habang takigibot. Tamat ko alo iktakut nalo huinya tamat kubirira aktot hagak taktot ki tamat kininga. Tabra tay na kayanak tamatchamin. Tabra inawala ni ina tamat kininga habang takaktot. Kanok angalachu hu wihi tap kuninga. Kanolo tamat ko din na ki mikirot inarani kanok hoting tamat ko angalat takawatigit. Natun alatunin na kinyawanik akilak talay chung nakahiya. Tabralo tayo na abi kimaro akri huru tamat ko na ni habak tuat. Tamat tabra minitam kiula mga tamat ko ni nga kanok tamat ko dinaralani habak tuat tayo na tamat ko na ni na kanok kanut nagala tamat ko kinyawanik ay try bati tamat ko habak tuat inaralani. Tamna tap ko tabrak ay chok takto ni tamat ko inaralani atibat inakpangning kuya nakpak. Tabrak tap ko kuchik to na kawamangita ing miktigun ay chuiraktut. 64% to nitok tam na ay chutikrak. Kuyanak. Tabachamin. 54% 2 million min.
Very clear that community operations is 1% of an 185 million budget. I don't think that is a correct assessment for the communities and regional centers. I'd like to know if he thinks that's a fair allocation for communities and regional centers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister Maka.
For further detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Grew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, the chart on page 330 does show that community operations the budget is 1% of MACA's total proposed budget. Generally how we're structured is our technical staff are in headquarters and our regional staff are in our regional operations. And regional operations is also where all of the larger budgets are that are allocated to community governments. So our O&M money, sport, rec and youth funding, like a lot of our bigger funding programs are in the regional operations area, which is where the bulk, where our regional, because our regional staff are the program, they're the ones working closely with community governments to deliver those programs directly to residents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
So, Madam Chair, do you think that we have 2 out of 3 MACA's 109 positions that are in Yellowknife, are located in Yellowknife? If you count Yellowknife at 62% and North Slave at 5%, that's 67% of the personnel are located here in the capital. The regions, including Clecho, which is at 3%, South Slave at 8%, Decho at 7%, Sat2 at 7%, and the Beaufort Delta at 8% is 33%. So when I look at these figures, there's a lot of micromanagement of the regional centers. You know, so you have a budget, and when you have that many 2 to 1 or 3 to whatever out of Yellowknife, the micromanagement that is happening to these 8 staff in each region must be incredible. And you know, and it's we're not being accountable and upfront sometimes. You know, and I support the staff at the regional center. The staff, there's very little staff, and they're expected to do all these jobs, but we're micromanaged from here, building an empire again at this level. And I want to know if the minister agrees with that statement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister Maka.
No, I don't agree with that statement. I spent 23 years in the sport and rec world in a regional office. So I knew the experts in the regions are our superintendents and our staff there. They're the ones that give advice and recommendations to headquarters and how programs are dealt with through that there and how we can better improve it. So that there is very much, our experts are our superintendents, and our staff work with each division within the department there. So I do not agree with the member's statement there. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
I don't expect the minister to agree with my statement, but I'm sure the statement is true. I think that a superintendent and the 8 staff that are at our regional centers are doing an incredible job and to have that many people to report to at the headquarters level, and supposedly surveying all the communities and regional centers is phenomenal. And when I look at some of these figures, it just tells me that the balance is not there to serve the regional centers and all the communities in the Northwest Territories. When you have too many chiefs and not enough Indians, that's what usually happens, Madam Chair. And I think that the minister has got to look at this, and this is where some of this decentralization should really occur. Because, you know, one of our main mandates was decentralization. And putting all 14 positions here back into the capital is not agreeable, because I think that, you know, we have to also give onuses to the small communities and to the regional centers to make sure that they are able to move forward and do the amazing job that they're already doing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions or comments under this section? Member for Montfrey.
Yes, I want to ask the minister regarding this program management. So I don't know what this program management is, and maybe they can elaborate on that. And as well, there's a decrease from last fiscal year to this upcoming fiscal year. If they can explain that, why there's a decrease, and yeah, thank you.
Minister Maka.
It's just less travel because of less grants and contributions.
Thank you. So it was less travel and because of COVID and grants and contributions. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Montfouet.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, at least, yes, that clarifies. Another one too is that last year I know the minister said that they were going to look into possibly transferring jobs to the regions, to the small communities, and to date there's nothing. So I'm just wondering, all these 14 positions, it's all located in headquarters. Will the minister commit to moving any of these positions to the regions and to small communities?
Thank you. Minister Maka.
Thank you. No, I will not.
Thank you. Member for Montfouet.
That's what they said last year, that they were, that's what they were going to look into it. And then even, like I said before, it was part of the devolution deal. And I do support that. I would like to see a lot of these positions decentralized to the small communities and to regional centers, because just like everybody else, that we do need a lot of jobs in these communities and people have to live. And at this time, we don't have too many jobs in small communities, and they're all located in Yellowknife. And North Slave positions. North Slave positions are not really North Slave. It's not small communities. They don't represent small communities. They represent Yellowknife. They're all headquarters positions. So it would be nice if we can change that, do something about that, and like instead of having North Slave, change that to headquarters. And instead of, and for Cleachell region, we should have our own region. And even like my colleague said here too, like have their own region as well. So yeah, no, it's just that that's what he said last year. That's what the minister reported last year, that they were going to try and possibly transferring some of those positions to the regions, and it's not happening. And I just want to know why the 14 positions that they are not going to move. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maka.
Thank you. So we looked at it. It's not feasible. We need the positions where the positions are located. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Montfouet.
They're not feasible. Why they're not feasible? Like, what is it? Okay. If he can elaborate more on that too, what would help us.
Minister Maka.
So the positions are where they're located is about the team working together. You got to remember, with municipal and community affairs, we work collaboratively. Moving a position to, say, Betcha-Co might not be suited for the position to work with people from the Odell. That's why we have regional staff that we work there. The headquarters staff work with our regional staff on territorial projects together, and that's best suited where these positions are. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Montfouet.
Well, technology have improved, so they can do teamwork from wherever they are, from which community that they are representing. So that's not a good excuse not to transfer any of those positions. So it's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Member, did you have any further questions under this topic? Are there any further members that have any questions under community operations? Member for Hay River South.
I just want to make one comment, Madam Chair, and just talking about moving positions out. Like, we're talking about change to affirmative action. We're talking about trying to increase the numbers of Indigenous people and Northerners in the public workforce, and looking at some of the numbers. The one way that I think that we have to do it, or we really have to look at, is decentralization of some of the services that we provide, and I think MACA is probably one where we could do that. So, if we got to look at what we're doing, we just can't say no. we've got to take into account other initiatives we're trying to do, which is affirmative action. And you know, in some of the communities, we look at, you know, 40 to 55% Indigenous hires in the public sector. In Yellowknife, I think it's about 15%. But in the smaller communities, we have, you know, 90%, 95% Indigenous people, but we still don't have the meet the targets there. So this is one way, and I think we really have to look, you know, at not just MACA, not just at the people we have here, but how we can maybe you know, move some of the staff into the regions or into the small communities. Thank you. Just a comment.
Thank you. If there's no further comments or questions under this section, please turn to page 340. Municipal and Community Affairs, Community Operations, Operation Expenditure Summary 2024, main estimates $2,233,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Directorate, beginning on page 344 with information items on page 345 and 346. Questions? Seeing no questions. Member for Frame Lake.
I'm good. I know I'd rather have my colleague go first.
I'm gonna move on. You used your time. Member for Cam Lake. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, so thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we have regional management in this section, which has quite a bit of funding involved in it, and I'm wondering, pretty sure we all know what it is. I'm wondering if the minister can confirm regional management increase in expenses as well as contract services. Thank you. Thank you. Minister of MACA.
5-letter word, flood.
Member for Cam Lake.
Very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions about flooding here today. I'm wondering if the minister can confirm for us here today what total cost estimate we are at for the flooding recovery at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of MACA.
So, so it's 175 for the Hay River and KFN flood, and the 2021 was approximately 40 million.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, can committee expect to see any additional supplementary appropriations from previous year's flood going forward, or from here on out, is it only dollars for future flooding? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of MACA.
For that detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Guru.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the funding that's in the main estimates for the flood is just for the Hay River flood. We are not base funded. No department in the GNWT, including MACA, is base funded to do disaster recovery. Because of its very nature, we don't budget for it. So, for example, in 23-24, or 5 years or 10 years from now, if there were a disaster, a flood, fire, or other event, the responsible departments involved would need to seek funding through the supplementary appropriation and special warrant process for the recovery work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So just to confirm, are we expecting any additional funds for the previous year's flood that we already saw? Or is this 175 million and 40 million, is that the total for cost recovery for the 22-23 flood, or sorry, the 2022 flood year? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maca.
For that detailed, Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister Guru.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the 2021 flood, we do not anticipate any additional funding requests coming forward. We also do not anticipate any additional funding being required for 2022 recovery, but we may need to change the cash flow. Right now, we have funding in 22-23 and 23-24 once the budget's passed for the 22 flood, but we may have to reallocate how much in which fiscal year, and we would need to do that through the supplementary appropriation process in 23-24. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and that's a helpful clarification for when that comes through. I'm wondering if the minister can speak to what percent or how much of that 175 million and then 40 million will be reimbursed by the federal government, and what portion of that the GNWT is responsible for footing the bill for. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister Maka.
Thank you. We believe about approximately 90%. It fluctuates depending on the government, federal government, but we're looking potentially up to 90% for Hay River. KFN is 100% because it's EMAP. It's a different program that we deal with the federal government through with the reserves. So it's 100% with that. So for the KFN, and then 90% for the town of Hay River. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, in what years will this money from the federal government be reimbursed? Is most of it already reimbursed to the territorial government, or will it be reimbursed in this fiscal year or next fiscal year? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maka.
For that detail, turn to the Deputy Minister.
Deputy Minister Grew.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the 2021 flood, the federal auditors were in Yellowknife 2 weeks ago. There were 4 auditors here working with us on pulling together our claim. So we have, the GNWT has requested an advance, a 50% advance on our 2021 total. It's with the federal process right now, so the timing's dependent on them, but we're hopeful it will be, we're running out of time to receive it this fiscal year, but the advance would be received early in the 23-24 fiscal year. For the 2022 flood, we do not anticipate being finalized with recovery until late in 23-24, so we can't even start a claim. So the timing for the full reimbursement to be received is uncertain, but we're certainly working with Public Safety Canada on advances for the 2021 costs and the 2022 costs. As the minister mentioned, KFN is different. It's under a different federal program, and under that program, the federal program, we can, it's a rolling reimbursement. So as we spend money, we can seek reimbursement. So we're just preparing right now our first invoice for the for Public Safety Canada to be reimbursed. So we'll be receiving that throughout the, we'll be receiving 100% reimbursement throughout the term of the 22 flood for KFN only. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm wondering how typically after natural disasters and emergency situations like this occur, you know, we've got different examples of that here in the territory. We've got the example of a landslide that occurred in Fort Smith. We've got wildfires that we hear about every summer and that are lasting longer, and different disasters receive different levels of support from the federal government. And so I'm wondering how long it typically takes for those funds to turn around. Is it typically kind of a 2-year average, or is it typically actually much longer for us to receive the money back from the federal government? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maca.
So I'm not going to like this answer. It depends on the application. If you looked at the wildfire season, I think it was in 2014, we only got our money just last year or the year before. It took a long process. But like even as the deputy minister said, with the reserve, it's going to be different. It's going to be a quicker response. And that's why we try to get the advances for the federal government. So we hold money less of an impact on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, you know, any kind of natural disaster is something we want to do our best to avoid. At the end of the day, it did happen, and that was $175 million and $40 million of goods and services that came into the territory. I'm wondering if the minister can speak to what percent of those contract dollars went to BIPT company, or the rate of companies that were BIPT that those dollars went to, if that can be clarified for committee today. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maca.
That's not all of them, Jennifer.
We only have part of the information, so we'll have to get back to the committee with that information. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we're going to take a break, take a recess. Thank you. I'll call Committee of the Whole back to order. We are continuing on. Order. Minister. Continuing on with Municipal and Community Affairs Directorate, and I will go to Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the contract services line items for the last 3 years, or the last 2 and the anticipated coming up on page 344. Could I please get the amount of that, or percentage of that, that is sole sourced? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Maca.
For that detail, we'll have to get back to the member. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that I will just leave it there then. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions under Municipal and Community Affairs Directorate? Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one question. I'm wondering when there'll be a change of policy on disasters. We had a tornado a couple in 2019, and just one home was destroyed. And I want to know if there's going to be a change in policy for no matter which disaster it is, that it doesn't have to be widespread, because it could have been widespread if it went down the whole street. And yet we have a couple that is still having a lot of problems, a lot of financial problems because of that. And I'm just wondering if the minister is ever considering changing the policy, or how is this person supposed to be covered? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister Maca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I said before, the disaster assistance policy is a living document, and every year we look at it, but when it's a disaster, it's called not specifically to one right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
Madam Chair, would the minister clarify not specific to one? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Maca.
Thank you. So if it's a community disaster, then that's what we look at. But if it's only impacted with one individual, no, we wouldn't be doing that right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anything further? Member for Tabacha.
So as a government, we look at disasters in numbers, or we look at it as a great effect that happened in the community of Tabacha, of Fort Smith. We had the one individual lose his home, lose everything, and now they're using it for a housing, like a housing duplex, NWT housing duplex, and the senior is living in a little 4x4 there and paying top dollar. Is that the way we treat people in any kind of disaster? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister Maca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's unfortunate these things happen, but again, the disaster assistance policy is the one we work with the federal government, and it is, again, multiple units or multiple homes that are being impacted, and that's how we deal with it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
I'll do a statement, Madam Chair.
Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I didn't know I had my hand up, but yeah. All right, so I think this is the section where work on ATIP applying to municipal governments is supposed to be found. So can we get an update of where that work is at? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister Maca.
For that detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Grew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a working group in place made up of MACA, Department of Justice, and representatives from LGANT and NWTAC, and that group is looking at various options on what the structure would look like who would administer this, what the timing would be, and how much it would cost if there were, training supports or other things put into place for community governments. So that work is ongoing, and I do have a draft report from that group that I'll be reviewing and speaking to Justice more about the different options on. And when I talk about options, it's is there a body that could assist community governments? Should each community government do ATIP on its own? Should MACA do it? So there's different options. So that paper is with me right now for review and for further discussion with LGANT and NWTAC and Justice. And we anticipate having the finalized option done by the end of this fiscal year or early next fiscal year. What is being contemplated is that, yes, all community governments would be brought under ATIP, but it would likely be done in a phased approach with communities with greater capacity going first. And again, but the timing of that is to be determined, but it is definitely in process. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Member for Frame Lake?
Yeah, no, thanks. No, I knew about the working group, and as a former city councillor, Yellowknife actually has a pretty good records management system, so it's probably not a huge issue for them, although a recent report might have me believe otherwise. But yeah, I think it's more of an issue for the smaller communities where they may not have really good filing systems or staff and training and so on. So, okay. So is it actually going to be brought into force for a phased-in approach? Yeah, probably the tax-based municipalities first. Is that going to be done before the end of this assembly? Is that the plan? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister Maca.
No, yes.
Thank you. No, it's still, we're working, again, like the Deputy Minister talked about, it's working with NWTAC and LGANT to make sure, like we got the draft reports and we're working on that there. So it's going to take a little bit more time, so it won't be done by this assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks. I think my hopes were just dashed. All right. Well, anything you can do. I understand that there was probably some slowdown because of COVID, but I know that success of Information and Privacy Commissioners, well, at least one, made this for the recommendation for about 20 years in a row. So it's an important area to get sorted out. I want to move on to building standards legislation. I think we're the only place left in Canada that doesn't have a Building Standards Act. And this is part of the problem that having the fire marshal do all of this stuff rather than actually have a Building Standards Act where it could be sorted out front end. Is there any possibility, or is MACA even looking at this? Because we're the very last jurisdiction in Canada that doesn't have this. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister Maca.
So yeah, so we are starting to work on some stuff, but it'll be legislation that we recommend for the 20th Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks. I guess all my hopes are being dashed, but I think that's something we'll have to look at in the transition report as well, Madam Chair. And I want to give some credit to former MLA Bob Bromley, who I know really tried to push this at one time without much success. There was just no uptake from the cabinet side, and this is something that's got to get fixed. I think that's all I've got, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister Maca.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we agree. I mean, we've heard the member and we've heard other members here on the floor talk about the importance of it, so we started doing the work. So when the 20th Assembly, the foundation will be started there, so it'll give them a head start in the 20th Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Nunukput.
Just in regards to where Ms. Marcello's had a question in regards to disaster mitigation and the timelines that we would have for, I guess, people getting paid for their insurance and stuff like that, getting for the architects to come in. Does the government have any architects in sight on, say, Hay River, for instance? Do they have any architects that are able to go in to assist people with houses that have been damaged through the flood and through a blast that they had in the community? What's their timelines on that to getting people settled back into their homes safely? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Maca.
Yeah, so maybe the member can clarify, I might be on the wrong path, but each resident are responsible for their own homes, and we have pathfinders there and we work with them to do that. The member from Hay River South and Decho and Hay River North has talked to us briefly, and so we do have an individual that's pretty well informed and working with us, but to have a specific somebody like a technical advisor, no, we don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Nunukput.
Chair, does the Pathfinder, I guess, help or assist them to find somebody? Because if not, that Pathfinder's lost right now in regards to assisting the people in that community, Hay River. So is the minister or that Pathfinder able to assist them to get an architect into the community sooner rather than later? Because there's the timeline, it's winter time now, and there's cracks in the basements. We don't have basements back home, but that's what I just read the text. But is there any way that the Pathfinder could assist in that blast area, I guess, that in the community? And it was from damage from the flood. So was the Pathfinder able to assist? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Maca.
So not too sure if he's talking about the blast that happened, that there was a propane blast. That wasn't part of the flood. But in regards to the Pathfinders, we do have a list of contractors that are available. We get that information. The community owners have to make that decisions. In regards to the blasts, that might have to be dealing with their insurance, or the home that had the accident, their insurance would have to be the ones that they would reach out to. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Nunukput.
Mr. Minister, thank you, Madam Chair. No, just in regards to that, the biggest thing, I guess, is a timeline from start to finish in regards to disaster mitigation for the flood. Then, what is your timeline on people actually seeing funding, and are they getting in advance to help them to get through what's happening with them? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Maca.
Thank you. Yeah, so we do give advances, and it's application based. So they come into they ask for it's up to 50%, but we also have exemptions depending on the person's financial situation. So again, it's on per person, and it's again situation based. So we do have it, and then the payouts we pay out as soon as we can, moving forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Nunukput.
Chair, no, just in regards to the timeline on the payout, like if somebody fills out the application, how long does it take for them to see money in their bank account? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Maca.
Thank you. Again, it depends on the application and if they have all the receipts in place moving forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First question I got is, the estimate is $175 million for Hay River and Catlodeche First Nation. What are the major costs, I guess, associated with that? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maka.
For that detail, turn to the Deputy Minister.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Guru.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The major costs are with actual repairs to damaged homes, and then the replacement of homes that were completely lost in the flood. The construction and replacement costs are fairly significant. There's also many people that, so we have, I'll just back up a bit. We have approximately 500 unique files. So there's 500 registrations, claims for disaster assistance. So, and those can range, you know, from $20,000 to, you know, the maximum $600,000. So the actual claims being paid out are another significant cost. We have costs for project management, oversight, and we have costs, you know, that we paid out to community governments for assisting with recovery efforts. There's also costs of other GNWT departments. So, for example, housing, NWT, and infrastructure. So damage that was done to GNWT assets through the flood. So those would be the largest categories of flood costs. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have anything further to add, Minister?
Yeah, so accommodations as well, mitigation and abatement work as well. So it's a wide range of costs. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to mitigation costs, how much work, I guess, or do we really know what that cost will be? Because I guess when I'm thinking about mitigation, I'm thinking about the berms and items like that, I guess, that we haven't really identified yet. Do we have any idea what that number may be? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
So each resident is up to 75,000, but then on top of that, then it's the town and the reserve, and we're working with Public Safety Canada on those costs. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So using, I guess, Hay River and the reserve as an example, I suspect there will probably be a bit of berming going on there, and we haven't really seen much happen up to this point. Is that because is because we're looking to the federal government to provide that cost, or are we just costing out what that damage or what that requirement would be? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. It's kind of a combination. We have to get pre-approval from the federal government as part of it, and then also the costing there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we move into spring here, which will be fairly close in the building season, in Hay River and Reserve as well, people are actually, you know, they're getting anxious to get to work on their buildings. They're still waiting to discuss some of the, you know, to reconcile the adjuster's confidential report with the mitigation assessment reports, and it's not, and it's not something the Pathfinders can actually can't actually provide them with that with that support. It has to be somebody with, I guess, a little more technical background and probably somebody with a little more authority. So, are we looking at increasing the staff in the next little while we get into spring to support the Pathfinders and be able to deal with the more difficult damages? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maka.
Yeah, so we do have one technical person that we have beside our Pathfinders, but we also have the 5 regional people out there. And so right now, we're not looking at increasing the support system there. However, in saying that, if the need arises and if that's something that we have to look at, then we will look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a number of people, I guess, coming into my office, and I'm providing them with some of that technical assistance as well, because they're not quite sure, where to start. So I think that I would like to see the department actually look at maybe what they could do to provide some additional support in the community. With respect to technical support, like Mr. Jacobson was alluding to, is that when people come in, at least into my office, there's an engineering firm in Hay River, so I usually, contact them and let them know that, one of the residents might be in touch with them. Because I think it's important there is that some of the residents, they just don't have the technical expertise. They don't know where to start, so they need somebody to kind of walk them through it. And I know that government doesn't want to do it because of liability, so we have to make sure that they have that help. And the question that came up was, can the monies allocated to the damage on their property be used for that technical expertise as well? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maka.
Yeah, so we've reached out to the federal government to see if these are actual, we can do it that way as part of our costs, and we're just waiting to hear back from them. I'm hoping that we're getting they're going to say yes to that, our cost to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think it's important that that we do have on the MACA side somebody there that could actually provide some assistance when they are looking at the two assessments. You have the one which basically gives you an idea of what it costs to actually do the repairs to the home as is. Then you have another assessment which is actually engineered or mitigation report, and the two sometimes don't, like I say, don't reconcile. And one will say this is, it's going to cost $100,000 to fix it up, and then you have an engineering report that says, no, the place can't be fixed up, it can't be moved, it can't be lifted, and we need somebody on site, probably sooner than later to address that with the people that are having that issue, and that's kind of why I'm looking for somebody to be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maka.
Yeah, so the individual we had was out on annual, is back now, and he'll be into the community more often to help address these type of things. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of timing for people to complete their damages to their homes, has anybody in the department talked to, keeping tabs on how client or how the homeowners are making out? Are we looking at? I suspect we're looking at going into next year as well to complete, and maybe even the year after that. So I'd hate to see that, but I have a feeling that's what's going to happen. So how are you tracking that? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maka.
So we are tracking it, and I'm going to give the bad news. It's going to take more than just 1 year. I just, in the riding I represent, we're still just finishing up on homes right now. So it could be up to 2 years, and we're hoping it gets done quicker, but right now we are tracking those and making sure we're updated moving forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
That's all. Thank you.
Perfect. Are there any further questions for members under the Municipal and Community Affairs Directorate? Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
44? Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to talk about some of your contract services. Maybe, can you maybe just explain to me so I understand how your contract services and procurement works? For example, in the flood in Jean-Marie River, when that happened, it wasn't very long when I see in the town of Hay River, Arcan doing some work there, and I'm not really sure how does that work? Can you maybe help explain so I understand how your policy works on that? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Maca.
For that detail, turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I believe the MLA is referring to our contracting work related to the flood. So just, well, I'll back up. Just generally as a department, we follow procurement rules, you know, go out to RFP or use a sole source mechanism. For vast majority of departmental work, we go out to RFP, but when we're moving into the recovery phase for a disaster, as we did in 2021 and 2022, we do procure external assistance through the sole source mechanism because of the urgent nature of the work. For example, to get construction companies in to do emergency abatement, so things like ripping out the drywall, removing wet insulation, we want to get in there sooner rather than later, and so we do sole sources on an emergency basis, and we report on all of our contracting, whether it's through RFP or sole source through the GNWT Public Registry. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just thinking, you know, now that we talk about municipal community affairs and directorate and operation and spending and that kind of thing, I know with the Housing Corporation, they have a whole department that does construction management and that kind of thing, and they've been, you know, letting out tenders and contracts and that RFP, et cetera, for years. So I guess my question is to Maca. When this this flood happened, do you guys have a project management division in your department? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Maca.
No, we do not.
Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now that you don't have a project management department, so how does, for example, Jean-Marie River, they when the flood happened, I'm assuming that there's somebody who comes in there that does the assessment, and then next thing you know, the requirements of project manager. Where do you go for your sole sourcing for your assessment, or if you want to call them inspectors, and how is that project management tendered out? And say in Jean-Marie River they had the flood. So thank you.
Minister of Maca.
For that detail, turn to the Deputy Minister.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The GNWT has things like standing offer agreements or companies that have been pre-selected to do various types of work, and MACA refers to those. We also talk to our sister departments in primarily infrastructure and housing NWT to assist us with you know, recent experience they've had with contractors, but typically we rely on the information on the GNWT website in terms of who's available to do different types of work, and then we may procure them on a sole source basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you. Okay, I'm just trying to understand how the policy works and how your procurement works and that kind of thing. So I understand how the assessment is done. I know how the construction management is done. So it goes out to sole source contract and RFP, that kind of thing, or even as a standing offer agreement. When the standing offer agreement is done, how does that work? Thank you. Does that go out to RFP and contractors are selected and project managers are selected and through this process? Can you explain that? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of MACA.
Advice from Finance and...
Thank you. So we rely on advice from infrastructure, housing, and finance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I'm just trying to understand that how this whole thing works. So, okay, so the other question I now have is that my constituency and then in the going forward resolution, we have local contractors that have their own equipment. They have their own trucks, gravel trucks, and they're small contractors in the community. They've done a lot of work over the years building the roads and Fort Resolution and that kind of thing. So I'm not really sure if MACA has reached out to the guys in Fort Resolution or the contractors there to help build capacity and to help get involved in some of these projects that are ongoing, whether it be the flood in Hay and G. Marie or Hay River. I just want to know what are you guys doing to reach out to the contractors in Fort Resolution? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of MACA.
So the 2021 flood, we did one process. In the 22 flood, the town of Hay River, the people are responsible for their own. On the reserve, KFN, their development corp, is the one that is the lead on there. So they are the ones that work and do the work. And that is from direction from Chief and Council of how they wanted it done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if whether the Métis, the Dene and Fort Resolution want to bid on work on projects, then what you're saying then is that essentially the town of Hay River will deal with its own contractors and the reserve and that kind of thing. I understand that, but at the same time, how does one get involved in the bidding process if there's already, we're talking about the GNWT tax dollars that are there, and everybody should have an opportunity to bid on that. So again, the community do need work. We do, the communities do matter. So I just want to mention that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of MACA.
For that detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Grove.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for repairs and replacement of homes, those construction projects in Hay River, each individual resident or business is responsible for doing their own repairs. So it's them getting the contractor and not MACA or the GNWT or the community government. So if, we're certainly encouraging contractors to make themselves known in Hay River so that residents or businesses or nonprofits can hire them. And as the minister said, for repairs and replacement of homes on KFN Reserve, it's NZI, the band's Dev Corp, doing that work. And they may be looking for partnerships, so, and I'm sure they would reach out if they needed any additional assistance. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I think that'd be great if that could happen. How does one from Fort Resolution? We have the band have their own equipment. We have the Métis that have their own equipment, and other small little contractors that have their own gravel trucks and those kind of things. So when does the standing offer agreement come out to tender again? Because now we hear the communities could also build capacity by partnering up with other contractors as well. So I just want to, that'd be the question. The other one is, is this information is that public information as to who is all involved in this sole source contract and the standing offer agreement? Let's see.
Thank you. Minister Maka.
Thank you. So first part, to reach out to the Department of Finance. The second part, yes, it's all public. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions to the Directorate? Seeing none. Please turn to page 344, Municipal and Community Affairs Directorate, Operation Expenditure Summary 2023-2024, main estimate $66,463,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee will now turn to page 348, Public Safety, with information items on page 349 and 350. Questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question is in regards to the Office of the Fire Marshal. I believe that there is a bit of a willingness that to give the code compliance engineer, of which there was one to do all plan reviews, a bit of a contracting budget so that when either they go on vacation or there's a bit of seasonality to the work too, and that the GNWD tends to submit all of its code reviews at one time because there's a fiscal cycle. So they get pretty busy and get backlogged, which has caused some frustration. I guess my question is, have we secured the services so that the chief code compliance engineer could have a little fallback of some sort of contractor when needed? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Maka.
I'm not used to doing this to the member, but yes.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very happy to hear that. I'm just looking at the line item here, and I note there is no change in budget. So can the minister perhaps just speak to the OFM is a pretty small shop. Is that to be funded internally from MACA? Is that found in some other contract services budget, or will we see a SUP coming forward? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Maka.
No, it's internal. We take it from where, as an as and when, so we try to find the money within, because, you know, the contract services we had to cut, and so we find the money within. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the minister just tell me who we've hired for that contract? Sorry, do we actually have a contractor in place, or are we just planning to go out and get a contractor? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
We'll have to get back to the member. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you. Yeah, happy to see that as long as it exists, and then I would, I'll probably follow up before the end of this assembly just how it's going after a few people have kind of gone through the process of using a contracted plan review function. My next question is in regards to the 911 program. Can the minister just provide the House an update on what the current shortfall is in funding 911 versus what we are getting from the revenues through the levy? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Maka.
The first part, we're back here on Thursday doing a technical thing to committee, so we'll be able to provide the first part of the answer that the member was looking for. But for that detail, I'll turn to the assistant deputy or the deputy minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Guru.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're in the process of actually trying to quantify whether or not we need to bring forward a request to increase the 911 levy. We're doing things like changing shift schedules and reviewing job descriptions to assist with recruitment of relief positions, and we're doing several actions on the operational side to see if to reduce costs, and we have been successful at that. And we're expecting to be in a position to make a determination about the levy in probably 3 or 4 more months. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the Minister or the Deputy Minister help me understand what's going on with the City of Yellowknife? I've tried to deep dive on this issue and I can't get my head around it. I know for the last few budgets, the Yellowknife City Council has refused to buy dispatch software because they believe the GNWT should. I know that the City of Yellowknife has dispatchers, but they don't have the same level of training as ours. And there's this fight going on about who should have dispatchers. Can someone just give me an update about what is going on with regard to dispatch in the City of Yellowknife? And yeah, I'll start there. Thank you.
Minister of Maca.
Thank you. So we are working with the City of Yellowknife, with the city manager. We've had conversations. We're working together to address this very issue and other issues in regards to the 911 service. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, do we have an idea of when it should be resolved, that both parties feel content that, you know, calling 911 is safe? Thank you.
Minister of Maca.
Yeah, thank you. So first and foremost, phoning 911 is safe. I would like to make that publicly known. Right now, there's a bit of a situation on it in the city right now, and so once that gets resolved, we'll be back working with the administration to get this resolved. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, safe's probably the wrong word, but I believe at one point the mayor publicly said that you shouldn't call 911 and you should continue to use their dispatch numbers, which I think is, you know, we don't want to be in a situation where we're fighting over which dispatch to call in an emergency. And this is clearly still ongoing because they cut the software again in the last budget. So I'm going to try once more. Can someone just explain to me what a possible path forward is here? Does it involve us making all of their dispatch staff GNWT employees? Does it involve us paying for their software? Does it involve them firing their dispatchers and us hiring more? I just don't actually understand the problem, other than it just, no one seems to be happy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Maca.
Yeah, thank you. We've had better conversations with the administration. We think we're moving in a positive direction. For further detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Guhu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the city manager and her staff and MACA staff have been working with an external consultant to look at 911 operations, both the operations of MACA and the city and how those operations interact. We have a draft report with a number of recommendations that we are, the city manager and I and staff are in discussions on. That report, we are not yet ready to make that report public at this point. And mainly because we want to have responses to the recommendations and a path forward that we can communicate to our staff and to the public and obviously to MLAs. And but as the minister noted, you know, that work is on a bit of a pause given the other priorities that the city has right now, and so the timing of when we will move forward on that is uncertain at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I hope it's resolved at some point. I don't even, yeah, that's all I'll say. My next question is in regards to Grand Ambulance and Highway Rescue. I know we are not going to implement a territorial ground ambulance system. We do not have the money to do that. I think MACA costed it out a decade ago and it was tens of millions of dollars. But instead we have this $185,000 that I think ends up just causing far more headaches than it solves, and we never increase it. Is any progress being made on reviewing the funding we give a couple communities which is barely anything, to make sure that they are still willing to take calls on highways when there's emergencies. We know that this has saved many lives over the years, so and we want to expand it, but $185,000 isn't going to do it. So are we going to be increasing this or ever? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister Maka.
Thank you. I can't speak for ever. I can speak of right now. We have 185,000 that we split up between 5 communities. As the members talked about, this service was provided by those communities prior to this. We've just been able to provide this funding that we have presently. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Do we have any other members with questions for public safety? Seeing none. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Where are we with regard to 911? The government allocation to 911 seems to be going down over time, but the amount of fees have been capped. What's going on? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister Maka.
So there was a one-time increase, but it's been consistent throughout. It was just an increase that one time. Thank you.
Member for Frame Lake.
So if the government contribution from MACA is declining over time, the fees are capped, what's happening with the expenses as a program? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister Maka.
I'll turn, for that detail, turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Gru.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So 911 was established in the 1920 fiscal year, and it was not a full year of operation. So the first full year of operation of 911 was 2021, and what you see in the budget is the 21-22 actuals. So our first couple years of operation, the actuals did exceed the budget because all costs weren't known. And then in the 22-23 main estimates, we had an additional $500,000 on a one-time basis to help with some fund some relief positions. But now in 23-24, we're showing the 1.3 million budget. That is what we estimate that we actually require going forward now that all those sort of one-time startup costs that we experienced in the first couple of years that we weren't budgeted for, but we actually ended up paying. Now that those have stabilized, we're at the 2.74 million budget range, and the levy has not changed. And we're currently on the revenue side, and we're currently doing work to examine whether or not we actually need to change that levy amount. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I was around in the last assembly when this was being proposed, and it was supposed to be like a user pay system. So if I compare, the revenues found on 333, I know we're not looking at that page right now, but we're losing $250,000 a year, or GNWT's putting $250,000 a year into this. This is not sustainable. So when are the fees going to be increased? Because it's just not sustainable. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Maka.
Thank you. So step one is that we're seeing more people get away from landlines is one. The second thing is that once we know our actual costs, then we will come back with, and that was part of the work that we were doing with the consultant. So there's a whole process to it. So we know what the actual costs are and what our the recommendations are and what our costs are, then we would know what we would have to look at to break even. But right now, we're comfortable with where our budget is right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Well, the minister may be comfortable with it. I'm not, because we continue to put $250,000 of money into this. It was supposed to be revenue neutral. It was supposed to be covered by the fees. And it's not. So, and the minister says that, but we're just going to keep pouring money into this? And look, in no way am I criticizing the people that do this work. They're great. They do a great job. I even play hockey with some of them sometimes. And they do a great job. But this is not sustainable the way that this is working. I don't know what else to say, Madam Chair. If the fees should be increased, and you have to go to the CRTC to do that. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister Maca.
Thank you. Sorry, I apologize, but I may have missed the question. Right now, we've gone through COVID. We're going through this process. We want to make sure we do it right. And right now, we have $250,000. That's where we are. If we need to go cost neutral, or we want to be able to do it with the right information. So I would have to disagree with the member that this is the amount that we have right now, and we're able to provide this service, and then we are working towards this cost neutral, but we want to make sure we have the actual costs, what it's going to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks. Maybe I'll try to make it clear then. Does a fee increase require an application to the CRTC? And how long is that going to take? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister Maca.
It does not.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, okay, thanks. I just think that this needs to get sorted out. I don't think I have anything else. Oh, sorry. Consumer Affairs. Is there any prospect of, well, it's not going to happen in the lifetime of this Assembly, and I raised it in the last Assembly. We have some of the weakest consumer affairs protection legislation in the country. You complain and nothing seems to happen. So are we ever going to improve that legislation or even conduct a review? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister Maca.
Thank you. So presently we have no plans on it, but we will, as part of that transition, it will be brought forth to the next minister to look at. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I guess there seems to be a lot of MACA issues piling up for transition. That's about all I can say. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister Maca.
Yeah, I'll just take it as a comment.
Are there any further questions? Seeing none. Municipal and Community Affairs, Public Safety, Operation Expenditure Summary, main estimates 2023-2024, $2,535,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, please turn to Regional Operations beginning on page 352 with information items on page 353 and 354. Questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So earlier today, I received another non-answer to my question for the minister to tell us how much each community gets of this community funding and how much that compares to the gap. I guess I'll start by saying, is the minister willing to publish that fact so we can have a coherent conversation about the municipal funding gap? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maca.
So once we do the final review, then we will be able to do it. Thank you, with the municipal governments. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you. I guess I want to clarify, do we know that number? Like, do we actually have that information and you just won't share it publicly? Or is it that you actually don't know what the gap should be for each community? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Maca.
So we are in the process of working on the 3 areas, and once we have that information, then we will be able to provide it to the municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, I guess getting what the community should be getting under the formula seems impossible. Is the minister willing to publish what the communities are getting? So I'm not concerned about what the formula says they should get. What of this actual public money that's being spent, how much is going to each community under the formula presently? The actual money, not the hypothetical money. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Maca.
Yes.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you. Can the minister just tell me how can the minister commit to tabling a breakdown by each community? I don't want to ask. I don't want to go, how much does a Clavic get for this budget and under each fund, you know, for every single line item? Can we just table it as a breakdown? Thank you.
Minister of Maca.
Yes.
Member for Yellowknife North.
Good, good. So we could start there. Knowing how much communities are getting under this current budget, not how much they're supposed to get though. I guess back in 2014, when the last public numbers were out, quite a few communities were overfunded, and the plan was to stop funding them inflationary increases until they essentially caught up. Are there any communities still in that category of being overfunded? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Maca.
We've got it. I don't have it with me.
We'll get it back to them.
All right. Thank you for the commitment. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you. And I know that this is with the communities and, you know, we're trying to get some feedback, but can we get a bit of a timeline on when we expect, or even when the minister would be comfortable sharing draft new funding formula policies? Just trying to get some sort of timeline where we're at with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maca.
We're hoping to have it in the first quarter of the 23-24 fiscal year.
Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you. And I know there's, I don't get why we can't share what we think the current gap is for each community, but I do get why there's some inaccuracies, like the minister spoke earlier about asset management plans. It's actually very hard to, know how much it's going to cost to replace all of your sewer pipes and roads, and a lot of communities don't have that data. But I know one of the points of tension is that if you get federal money, if a community goes and gets federal money, it's a little unclear how that affects the funding formula, or how it should even. If you manage to pull down $50 million, should you be entitled to less money, or should we be saying, no, it's not going to affect the formula, as I believe it presently doesn't, because you went and got the federal money, and we want to kind of support that. Can the minister just speak to how, if at all, the new policies are going to address this issue of, surprise federal money coming into municipalities' budgets? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Maca.
It will have no impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Okay, I know I'm going to try one more time at kind of to get some information about the gap is. We added $5 million here. I see that line item for the mandate commitment of $5 million, but the formula does have inflationary kind of increases built into it. So can someone just tell me from the beginning of this, or this assembly to the end, what the change in the gap is? I imagine, I think it's roughly nothing. We just managed to barely curb inflation with $5 million, but if we have that information, could it be provided? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of MACA.
So it's approximately still 40 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
And then next, I guess a bit of an accounting thing. It's nice to see this $5 million mandate commitment funding of $5 million. It's very clear and you can track it, but I'm also a little concerned. Sometimes I see things like this and then they just disappear because it's not actually in the community government funding line item. Is the plan next fiscal, essentially, will it just automatically read that the community government funding line item will be $54 million, or is it essentially up to the next assembly to go, well, we need to create a mandate funding line item again? How exactly is that $5 million going to play out in the next budget? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of MACA.
For that detail, turn to the Deputy Minister.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Guru.
Thank you. So the $5 million is, what we do is we divide that money up, and there's a portion of it that is allocated to the O&M formula. There's a portion allocated to the water sewer formula and a portion allocated to the capital formula. So what we are planning to do, and we will likely do it this fiscal year, is we will actually move those amounts to the appropriate budget. So for example, of the $5 million, roughly half of it, 2.594, is actually capital. And we've been flowing it out as part of our overall capital formula, so we'll actually just move it and add it to that budget. Same with water sewer, same with O&M, so that those funds will actually be in the budget line in our main estimates where they should be, and to reflect what we have actually been doing, which is rolling that funding out through our formulas to community governments. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions under Municipal and Community Affairs Regional Operations? Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm just over the weekend or week or whatever day it is, another water line went in my riding and created a bunch of havoc. And thank goodness that even though they're on strike, the city workers did come out and take care of that. And I want to say thank you for that. Sorry, a lockout, as my colleague corrected me. And so therefore I would like, just want to say thank you to that. And so when I look at the water and sewer services funding and note that we're not increasing from last year and have actually decreased from the actuals of 21-22, can the Minister of Department speak to whether or not there's a plan to increase that, or other pots of funding municipalities and communities can be accessing to repair their crumbling infrastructure? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of MACA.
Thank you. For that detail, turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister Guru.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the water and sewer services funding you see today, that's for their operations. So that's to pay staff, that's to run their water treatment plants, it's to hire water truck drivers. The infrastructure costs that communities experience for to actually build new water treatment plants or install new pipe, that's actually community government responsibility, and they fund that using their own source revenue and capital funding provided by MACA, as well as MACA administers 2 federal funding programs that are allocated to community government capital. So it's on the capital side that community governments would do things like repair underground pipe. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do understand that it would be under the capital. However, if we're not keeping up with the cost of doing maintenance and operating systems, they will start to deteriorate. And given the fact that we have seen an increase in supply chain costs, lack of contractors, the inability for people to get into communities at a cheap rate. I think I was actually just seeing something where a fundraiser meant to raise money actually ended up costing an NGO money because they had a bunch of changes to travel. So given that operations and maintenance then leads to less repairs and capital funding needed later, can the Minister Department speak to why we're not increasing the amount of operations and maintenance funding in this area? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maca.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Right now, that's where our budget is. Unfortunately, this is the money that we have that we allocate. I can tell the House here that I've been working with my colleagues from Nunavut and Yukon trying to reach out to the federal government to get additional funding for our municipalities. And I actually have another meeting this summer with the two ministers as well, working with NWTAC and their co-sisters across the territories, just approached it with the federal government to get more additional funding, because I think the member is correct. There is this crumbling infrastructure that we're trying to get funding for. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm glad to hear the Minister acknowledges that this is a concern. I think another piece that really needs to be acknowledged here is the impacts of climate change and the extreme weather events that we're now seeing as a result of that, the increased amount of freeze-thaw cycles, as well as, I imagine, more extreme weather changes quicker. So my question, I guess I just want to reemphasize that there needs to be an increase here, and not only here, but in actual preventative work for the communities in order to not only repair what's already degrading, but to prevent further degradation. So I do just really want to emphasize that I think money spent here and in the communities would be well spent. My next question is about the increase to the senior citizens and disabled persons property tax relief. Can the Minister of the Department, I believe it's about a $230K increase, can the Minister Department please tell me how that is actually going to translate to any sort of reliefs on the ground, and like in what way does a senior citizen actually benefit from that increase? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maca.
For that detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Grew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the increase for senior citizens and disabled persons property tax relief does reflect that there are additional, we're projecting that there will be additional seniors and people with disabilities who will be eligible for that in the upcoming fiscal year. So the intent is that more people will be able to take advantage of this tax relief program. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And is this a program, and I probably should already know this, but is this one where there is income testing? It is wrapped, I'm assuming, to how much income tax people are paying and therefore their actual income. And if so, is there a move to change that cap given the increased cost of living? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maca.
Yeah, thank you. So it's not income tested, just need to be a senior or disabled to be able to access this program. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this again seems like an area perhaps that might be worthwhile to increase amounts of, even more so, I think, given that seniors are probably going to be some of our hardest hit when it comes to dealing with things like the carbon tax and other such cost of living increases. So can the Minister speak to, is there another area where seniors or people with disabilities are getting an increase in relief? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maca.
Thank you. Not with the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask this if it's not the right spot. Is there any savings coming to the department, or sorry, to seniors around the land leases, but I don't think this is the right spot. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister of Maca.
Sorry, no. I don't have that information. It's lands. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, very aware that probably was not going to be something there that I could ask about here, even though I know the chair does give us some latitude at times. I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have two questions. One of them, the first one is, I'm sure that the municipal funding gap is a major concern for not only for all of us in this room, but also for all the communities and regional centers. And I'm just wondering, is the formula based on per capita of each community? Madam Chair, I'd like to know if that's the way the calculation of the formula is.
Minister of Maca.
Thank you. There's a number of things, but per capita is one of them. Actual cost is another. And then for the other ones, when we'd have to, do you have the answers?
I don't have
Yeah, we'll have to get back to the other breakdown on it. So it's just, there's a number of components to it, just not per capita. Thank you. Community location, I think, as well.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
So the criteria is not equalized across the territory? Madam Chair?
Minister of Maca.
So the formula is community specific, and again, it's not, some communities get more money than others, and then again, like it's per capita is one part of it. Like where the location of the community is, actual costs are. So again, depending on location and size and that, then that would be your number. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
I know my colleague asked for a list of how much money goes to each community, and that should be public knowledge, Madam Chair. I think that the minister, those are public funds, and I'd like to see a copy of how that is allocated according to unequal criteria. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister Maca.
As I provided to the other member, we will provide that information. Thank you.
Will it be public?
Yes.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
Madam Chair, you know, the municipal funding gap is a major problem for small communities and regional centers. And I want to know what the minister and his department is doing for innovative and creative solutions to ensure that the municipal funding gap at some point in our lifetime, whether it be the next 10 years or whatever, that everything is at equal basis. So I'm just wondering what his ideas, his views on ensuring that this happens. You know, you have 2 out of 3 staff that are located here in the capital, and it's a large bureaucratic empire, and we have very few at the regional level, and yet we're funding that staff to micromanage these small communities and regional centers. Instead, we should be cutting that in half and putting that money to the municipal funding gap. Like, you got to start thinking of creative ideas in a business sense to make sure that this works. More bureaucratic positions doesn't solve the problem for the municipal funding gap that affects small communities and regional centers. I'd like to know his views on this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Maca.
Yeah, so the bureaucracy that the member's talking about is 109 regional and headquarters staff. So the work that we are doing is, the member tells us to think outside the box. We've reached out to the NWTAC and we're working with them. We're reaching out to the federal government. We're reaching out to our colleagues from the Yukon and Nunavut. I've actually had conversations with the federal minister. We also have other we encourage the communities to get sole source and sole source funding, but for other details that the community is able to do, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Guru.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, in addition to what the Minister mentioned, we continue to work with community governments on looking at ways they can reduce their cost. You know, if there's no additional funding forthcoming, then, you know, where can savings be had? So, you know, we have several initiatives in place related to that, including things like we spoke about earlier, you know, helping them reduce their hazardous waste in their sites so they're not spending the money on expensive you know, maintenance of those sites, transferring land to them so that they can develop it for their own purposes and contribute to their tax base. And we have several other initiatives in place to help build community capacity so that they can continue to find ways to you know, manage their affairs within the funding that we do have available. Thank you.
Member for Tabacha.
Have any other questions, Madam Chair?
Questions for regional operations? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just have a couple quick questions. And so, and this is something that we have talked about, you know, probably every year as we go through the budgeting process, but the government does incremental budgeting, and so we don't often see large jumps here and there, or because we don't do zero-based budgeting at the end of the day, which is something that I know that members have asked for and that hopefully we'll see some of through government renewal. But one of the things that I'm wondering here in regards to the municipal funding gap is, has MACA sought forced growth for community funding over the life of the 19th Assembly? And if we've seen that, for example, in collective agreements or in in compensation and benefits throughout the main estimates. But I'm wondering if the minister can speak to whether or not that has happened specific to community funding, and if not, why not? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Maca.
Thank you. So as all processes, there is a process that you go to FMB and decisions are made based on what our needs are. And again, sometimes we're competing against health and social services, housing, and so sometimes the needs are in other areas. So we have to, we present, and I can tell you that decisions are made based on what the needs are and what our pressing needs are in the Northwest Territories. So that is the extent I can share with committee on the process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And the next question, and I'm sure I could ask this to every single department that comes up here for one reason or another, but we know that the Minister of Finance informed us that there will be a healthy operating surplus at the end of this Assembly. And so what I think members of the public would like to know, especially with what's happening in Yellowknife, is why a greater portion of this operating surplus was not used to reduce the municipal funding gap. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maca.
So we made a commitment to have a $5 million process to it. This operating surplus looks like it's a big thing there, but remember that operation surplus, and again, you're probably going to have to ask the finance minister if I misspoke, but that's where our capital, that's how we build our capital. So we have to be, that's the process, and if you need to know more information on how finance does it, then please reach out to the finance minister, because she does a great job explaining it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake,
Thank you.
River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the community of Hay River, we've got a large percentage of seniors there, and one thing I know that a number of them bring up the property tax relief program, and every once in a while they get excited because they hear it may be reviewed or might be discontinued. So I'd ask the minister, is there a review process taking place on the tax relief, property tax relief program right now, or will there be one? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Maka.
It's something that we're looking at for the 20th. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with the relief program, it says they're matching grants to tax-based communities. So I'm assuming that the tax-based community sets the criteria for the amount of relief, and right now I think it's probably 100% in Hay River. Is that correct?
Thank you. Minister of Maka.
So it is set out in legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for that amount, it'll be up to this government to, if we decide to make changes to it. Otherwise, the town is forced to go along with this relief program. Is that correct?
Thank you. Minister of Maka.
So my understanding is the town of Hay River has a bylaw, and that's the bylaw that they need to follow. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So is that bylaw in line, I guess, with legislation then? Because I'm assuming that if it's a matching grant and it's in legislation, then the town is forced to have that bylaw in place to make sure that the other half of the grant is included. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maka.
He's correct.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just wanted some clarification there because, like I say, we have a large community of seniors in Hay River, and you know, with the increase in cost of living, increase in taxes, and everything else that's going along, and you know, issues with healthcare in the community, you know, doctors, you know, we're going to tend to probably start losing people to the south here pretty soon because it's just going to be too costly to live. So I just want to make sure that you know, the seniors are looked after, and they do have disposable income as well, which is required for the community. So thank you.
Minister of Maka.
I thank the member for the comments.
Further? Okay. Any more questions under regional operations? Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you. Just probably a quick question as well. When I take a look at the GWT mandate, when it was first put out in 2019 for the 4-year period of ending in 2023, in the one of the statements in here talks about the reduce of cost of power, and so this came out last year, this time when the minister came out and threw it out there that there's going to be a power increase, and the power increase to the communities that I represent, a full resolution was 10% for the first year and second year. but the utility board made a ruling that was going to happen. Now they're down to 0.5% for increase in power. Even though that we heard a few weeks ago, the finance minister made in her budget address to the House here and saying that there'd be no new tax increase. I just want to ask this question to the minister in regards to homeowners in the communities throughout the Northwest Territories. Are you going to be looking at raising any taxes this year on property taxes?
I don't think that this is property taxes are related to the communities, municipality governments, so, but if under taxation, but if you want to, Minister Maca.
So we do the assessment, and if the minister, if we don't have tax increase, then we don't have tax increase. If it's a municipality, the taxation is in the tax-based communities. They make the decision on their rates. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any follow-up under regional operations?
Because we already know that the high cost of living already is happening in the Northwest Territories. The fuel prices are going up and everything else that's happening in our communities. So these assessments are done by the local people and the local governments. But so I just want to know that as long as that we're on record here to say that there will be no new increases, keep it in line with the finance minister. Thank you.
Minister Maca.
That there, I cannot speak for the finance minister. I can tell you we do an assessment. That's part of the process. And in regards to the taxation part, that would, member should ask the finance minister, but I didn't hear it in the budget. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if you conclude your assessment for this fiscal year, and then once you go through this whole assessment process, and if you feel, or if there needs to be an increase based on that assessment after that, are you going to be increasing the taxes at the local level? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maca.
Okay, so I'll ask the Deputy Minister to explain the assessment process. In regards to taxes, as I explained, that there should be asked to the Finance Minister. But for the assessment process, I'll ask Deputy Minister, with your permission, to elaborate. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Guru.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So property taxes in the municipal taxation authorities are set by the community government. They're not set by the GNWT. It's the community government that determines the mill rate and the level of taxation. MACA's role is confined just to the assessment side, where we, and with our assessment information, we provide it to either the Municipal Taxation Authority or to the Department of Finance for taxation in the GTA. MACA has no role in setting any property taxes. We just collect the information from the assessment and provide it to those entities that are responsible for taxation and for raising or lowering taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, members, please return to page 352. Municipal and Community Affairs, Regional Operation, Operation Expenditure Summary, Main Estimates 2023, 2024, $100,999,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. $990,000, sorry. Does committee agree? You almost gave us $9,000 more, man. Okay. All right, thank you. So let's turn to page 354. 356. School of Community Government, with information on page 357 and 358. Are there any questions on the School of Community Government? Seeing none. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I actually do have a couple questions here, if I can. So with COVID, you know, the actuals were down pretty significantly in 21, 22. The revised estimates are pretty close for 22, 23. Is this like back up to where we were in pre-pandemic times? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Maca.
It's pretty close. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I don't think I have any further questions then. Or let me just check my notes. Yeah, okay, thanks, Madam Chair.
All right, so is there any member for Malfoy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This training program, it's 1.7, decreased from 1.8. And I know that I just wanted to ask the minister if there's any plan in place for younger generation to take over. Because the reason why I'm saying this is that a few years from now, I know there's going to be a lot of people retiring, but sometimes we don't have a plan in place. Sometimes we, there's nothing for the young people to do or to, we don't plan well enough for the younger generation to take over for providing training for water, like for example, water treatment plant. And or if there's a program in place where to train the trainer. Is there any program from this community government that can train more young people so that we have influx, we have more young people with some kind of a certificate in the future?
Thank you. Minister of Maca.
Thank you. So we work with the municipal governments. If they bring, whoever they bring to us, that's who we do the training. I agree with the member. It would be nice to have some younger people get the training. These courses are available through school community government. And again, the communities are the ones that send the students in. If a community wishes to host an event, we can go into the community with the one-offs if we need to, if they have the meet, have numbers there. In the past, my experience, I've done one-offs in communities through the school community government. And again, it's about training the youth and the people that are doing the job. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Malfoy.
At high school level, I know that we were talking about SNAP the other time. I think one of my colleagues did a member statement on SNAP. So I think this is a good opportunity to extend this to the high school program, because we're always at the high school level. In some communities, we don't have much place for this to place the students, or to, a lot of them wants to do. Work experience, but there's limited place, and mostly some of the time, sometimes it's mostly the high school that they can, we can place them at. We can take them outside because we don't have too many places that that they can get some kind of a work experience. So I just wanted to know if this training program can be extended to the high school students as well, especially the grade 12 students, because water treatment plant, that's good for a lot of our young people. And I think it's a good skills to have. So I just wanted to ask if this can be extended to the high school students as well.
Thank you. Minister Maca.
Thank you. So again, school community governments for municipalities, we train the municipal staff there. If the municipality has grade 12 students that they want to train, and they want to do that, we're more than willing to work with the municipality. But again, this is for municipal employees. I know what the member's talking about. I've had, in my previous work, I've had done trading where the community put a program on for students through their rec program. So I've done training that way. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member from Montfouille.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to ask about that because it is a good opportunity for a lot of our youth in small communities, especially I'm thinking about a community that's isolated, like community of Wukati, and it would be good if we have more of these training at the local level and especially to the high school. So it's an incentive for many of these young people that, so they have something to look forward to. So that's all. That's why I'm just saying that, it would be nice if we can have this, or, if there's an opportunity, I think we should take advantage of it and to extend this training programs to the high school level instead of just only to the municipality or to the community government. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Maca.
No, thank you for their comments.
All right. Any questions for School of Community Government? Seeing none, please return to page 356. Municipal and Community Affairs, School of Community Government, Operation Expenditures Summary, Main Estimates 2023-2024, $2,865,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Sports and Recreation and Youth, beginning on page 360 with information items on page 361 to 365. Questions? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I've got a couple questions here, and the first I would like to start with is all of the budgetary numbers for this year seem to be the same as they were previous, and so I'm wondering why there's no inflationary increase to these budget line items. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maca.
Yeah. Thank you. So with that detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Guru.
Thank you. I believe the members are referring to some of the funding, the inflation increases for NGOs. They were not applied to the programming in MACA because the categorization of the NGOs in MACA did not fall into the category where the funding increases were applied. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you so much. I'm wondering, even right here, like the first line item under contributions is annual NGO stabilization fund, and so I'm wondering why an NGO stabilization fund would not qualify as to be considered an NGO or dollars for an NGO. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister Maca.
For that detail, turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Guru.
Thank you, because that funding is short-term funding that is not provided on a core basis. So my understanding is that the funding increases were provided to those NGOs that provide core services. If they were not delivering them, the GNWT would need to deliver them. Whereas, for example, the NGO Stabilization Fund, the purpose of that funding is just to provide stabilization funding to NGOs, and it's application based, so it's very different type of support being provided by MACA to certain NGOs. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Madam Chair, I'm wondering if MACA went back to FMB or EIA or whoever kind of came up with the rules around the NGO criteria to push back on that definition, or to try to work with FMB on expanding that definition to include some of these sport, recreation, and youth organizations. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maca.
Sorry, yeah, so again, just trying to, the members asking for us to go back to EIA and finance. Right now, these programs here are all application based. And this right now, what we're seeing is we're meeting the needs of our residents with the funding we have in place presently. So we do not need to, like if we needed the forced growth, then we would look at it, but right now we don't need to do that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I think if we went out and we took a trip around the Northwest Territories, that a lot of communities would say that we're not meeting the needs of the Northwest Territories, especially when it comes to youth and sport and recreation. When the Standing Committee on Social Development spoke with communities and spoke with youth organizations, spoke with residents of the Northwest Territories in regards to child and family services, homelessness prevention, and suicide prevention, one of the main key commonalities that we heard with every single one of those engagements in communities was a need for activities, especially youth activities across the territory. And I know that I'm speaking the minister's language here and I'm preaching to the converted, but I think it really is important to repeat that kids and youth across the territory are asking for activities. They're telling the government of the Northwest Territories that they do not have equitable or accessible access to youth and sport activities to provide healthy, safe alternatives to what they are doing and what we are losing them to. And so I think that a lot of people would disagrry with that. I know that I spoke with the minister earlier on in this sitting about the sport, physical activity and recreation framework, known as SPAR framework, and that there was a commitment that would be done in the next few months here in this upcoming fiscal year. And so one of the things I wanted to know was if the SPAR fund has a surplus, and if the minister can let us know what that is. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maca.
So there is no surplus. There's been will be four multi-sport games within a year. We've had the Canada Winter Games, the Winter Games, the Canada Summer Games, and we are going to be having NAIG this July in Halifax. So there is no surplus in that pot. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Very much, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the minister clarifying that piece, because that was going to lead me down another path. And I'm glad that the minister brought up access to multi-sport games and Arctic Winter Games, Canada Winter Games. One of the comments that was made, and I know that this has been a conversation that has happened now for years, is access for kids outside of our hubs, and especially outside of Yellowknife, to be able to gain the experience so that they too can participate and compete in these sporting events, so that they have kind of the time on the ice, they have the equipment necessary, they have the access to coaches. And I'm wondering, you know, when there's such a deficit of this access outside of especially Yellowknife, why we're not seeing inflationary costs here. Even, you know, the cost of airfare is more expensive. So does that mean that less sport is going to be delivered in certain communities, or less ability of events to happen and kids to come together and to really be able to work on not only creating relationships, but also creating healthy foundations for themselves. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister Maka.
Yeah, so first and foremost, depending on the sport, if you look at hockey, as the member talked about, you know, ice time. For tax-based communities that got artificial ice, you can start in September, maybe late October. Whereas in some of the other small communities, we don't see our ice until maybe November, maybe December, and then our ice is out earlier than the other time. So we see the challenges there. So given 2 months at a, just that, 2 months for our athletes in the smaller communities is a challenge. So that there is, reality is some sports are very specific to what is available within the municipality, within the community. The other biggest challenge that people need to understand is the people in the community. So you look at the community I used to live in Kugluktuk. Lacrosse was big. There was a national movie about the Grizzlies. You know how much lacrosse is being played in Kugluktuk right now? None. They had an indoor soccer pitch built in the community, or they had a hockey rink, they had an indoor soccer pitch. They don't play indoor soccer right now. And the biggest challenge is because it becomes specific to the people in there. In the communities, some of the smaller communities, we see teachers that can offer great programming, and then you see a spike in the development of it. So that's one of the challenges that you're seeing there is the facilities, it's the people, and again, it needs to be driven by the community. I spent 30 years in the sport and recreation field, and it comes down to people being able to commit to the time in there. So that's where that is. So sometimes it's just not the money, but it's also other factors. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I have the privilege of sitting next to colleagues of mine whose communities have experienced this, where you have those highs and lows of activity in the community. But I had the privilege of speaking with a resident of Tuck, actually, a young woman who was talking about all of the activities that they were able to sit down and do at the direction of youth. And one of the things that this person said was that everybody who is sitting and working on this stuff is absolutely exhausted. And so they go to their day job, they do their day job, and then the same exact people every time are doing the activities with the kids. And so I'm wondering then what can be done as far as the staff that are working here and working within communities. I know it's a small staff cohort, but what kind of relationships can be formed and what support can be provided from MACA in order to place value on the people that are doing this work in communities so that they're not doing a full-time job and then another full-time job trying to create opportunities for youth, because people are tired when it's the same people doing that same work over and over again. Thank you. Sorry, I'm babbling.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. I totally agree with the member. One of the biggest challenges is trying to get people in there. Some of the capacity that MACA can do is have regional staff that can do that. We can provide camps. We can work with the municipality to bring in youth tours in there and that. So we're able to do those things. Is it perfect? No, but we work with the communities to get those things done. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Nanakput.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, just in regards, we brought this up numerous times in regards to my writing. You know, sport and recreation in the small coastal communities, travel will be the most impactful to get any child or sport to travel for sport. You know, recreation, our youth, our communities they do their best in regards to what's provided through the community, local community government, the community. And, you know, people are, with my youth, I mean, we're already behind the 8 ball. We could, the opportunities they have are none, almost, other than if you're an elite athlete. I think that we brought this up in the House before, that, you know, the Beaufort Delta as a whole, for having youth sport like soccer and in different parts, soccer, basketball in different communities, that not just the on-road system, Politics, Sax and Ulukaktuk should be invited to those. We're failing those youth. Minister knows it. I mean, the minister lived in a small community and still lives in one. But at the end of the day, those youth are not being properly served. Our government, we're failing them in regards to that. We should be increasing travel or giving an increase in the budget for the Beaufort Delta, at least by $1 million for all 9 communities to get youth out. Post-pandemic now, we're in that post-pandemic, you know, and we need to get them out. We need to get them active. We need to bring people into motivational speak. We need to get coaches brought in for hockey, soccer, you know, even ping pong. Stuff like that, something easy other than, you know, but the biggest thing I find with the communities that I represent, it's the same people doing it for hockey coaching, for volunteering. And people are tired, Madam Chair, in regards to that. People, there's no recognition. Does our government give recognition for any of our volunteers? None. We say youth and recreation for, you know, children resiliency. Little increase, but we need to put our money where our mouth is. Recreation funding, we need to give that $1 million an increase. Pull and cut some of this other stuff off their budget. You know, youth contributions. Youth contributions are a big one for me. Everybody want to say youth, youth, youth are our future, but nothing's backing it up. Nothing. We really need to get serious about this. Our generation coming up now, they're too much on cell phones and too much playing games. They're not out being active half the time because there's nothing happening in the community. We need help. Beaufort Delta, Nanakput needs help. This minister could make a difference. You know, volunteer contributions, she should be giving out awards, getting a list from us as members to give awards out. A little bit of recognition will go a long way, and maybe it'll pull people out to help. The cost of travel, again, we need to get that increase into our travel budget for the Beaufort Delta, so all our youth could travel and participate, not just selected communities because they live on the road system. It's not fair. We really need to do this, and I'm really hoping the minister hears this. And it's a little bit of a rant, but I'm just tired. I'm tired. I worry about my youth all the time in my communities. We live it. You know, it's not because I'm not, it's just a really worrisome time right now. We have to do something. And I hope this minister hears me. And I hope our government hears me in regards to this, because it's going to come into the budget, and if not, we'll just start cutting. Find the money. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I didn't really hear any questions, so I'll take that as comment unless the minister would like to respond.
Thank you. I hear the member's frustration. Sport and Rec is my life. When I'm done this, that's where I'm going back to. I'm going to be a coach. I'm going to be a volunteer, because that's where my heart is, and that's where it is. Like, it's about our youth. These are some challenges, and we are trying to work with that. Again, we have limited dollars. I can tell this house here, when we were at the Canada Games and we had the FPT, one of the conversations we had was about the Truth and Reconciliation, Section 88 and 291. And we pushed the federal minister on that as well. We talked about those things. and it's actually part of our process. So, you know, we are trying to get this addressed. We are trying to work on it. But again, when we are competing against the health and education, infrastructure and housing, you know, these are our challenges that we have. I mean, I would love to put $10 million into sport and recreation, but where are we going to take it from? But there's things like the youth tours, there's coaching clinics that we can offer, and those are some of the things that we can work with the constituent on. And we do have recognitions to volunteers. From 23, I believe we got $1,000 that went to Tuck, and then $1,000 went to Politics to recognize the volunteers. And volunteers are our core, our foundation. So, yeah, there is funding programs available to recognize volunteers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Nanakput.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in regards to that, you know, under Truth and Reconciliation, Section 88, residential school, as a survivor myself and other members in this House, you know, the federal government has to step up in regards to this right across Canada. It's not only us in my riding, it's right across Canada. You're hearing it in the Yukon and Nunavut. What we have to do in regards to this is maybe our minister has to take a bold step, and our government has to, and throw $1 million into a sport fund. And not only that, I mean, I know where the minister's coming from. I did the same thing. I coached minor hockey for 20 plus years in my community. I did all that volunteering. I still do. My wife, everybody. But people are getting tired and getting burnt out. We need our youth to start, you know, our youth are so resilient. I have so much good youth in my riding and across the Beaufort Delta. We need to help them. We're working on just one quick ad. I'm working with First Assist to try to get a coach into community for 1 year, and they'll help you pay. The minister should look into that for the communities and getting somebody from the outside to come in to help our youth and train a trainer. Being able to do stuff like that, but we have to get serious on it. Can't just lip service it all the time and don't do nothing and yeah. Let us hear what we want to say while we're here. Then when we go, and nothing. Got to stop it. Got to take that step. So, Madam Chair, I mean, I'm just wish the minister would listen. I wish our government would listen and help us. Help us help you. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the minister stated that you know, he was in sports and rec for 30 years. The issue is that you know, over the years things have changed. Back then, we probably didn't have cell phones. People weren't you know, doing drugs like they are nowadays. There's a lot of distractions. And you know, we've got to adapt to that, to those changing times, and realizing that the good old days aren't here anymore. And the youth do need our support. And you know, I think it's up to this government. We've got, you know, the youth and the communities look to us because we've got basically the resources to help them out. And to be successful, we have to. We need to get the youth excited and engaged if we expect volunteers to step forward, because enthusiasm breeds enthusiasm. And if the youth are engaged and they're enthusiastic, they're gonna make sure that the volunteers come out. You know, in the past, I know when I was growing up, it was always the teachers and the RCMP that were the ones that were always out there and you know, providing that you know, that volunteerism that you know, helped us grow as youth. So I think it's so important, and I know we talk about it and we talk, and yet we seem to have to really fight for, you know, the few little dollars that are out there. You know, there's some good things that come out of it. You know, the Colcrook Fiddle Association, you know, I think they're looking at you know, hopefully a multi-year agreement. as well for, providing, going around to the communities and teaching fiddling. So, and the youth, I think, really enjoy that. And I know when Hay River is successful, it keeps people off the street, kids off the street. I know, parents are proud of the kids, and, you see residents as well, buying fiddles and guitars and donating them to the association. So there's hope out there. And another one there, and I promised the minister I would bring this up, and that's the ski club in Hay River. And when it first started back a few years, it was part of the lottery program, and it was received year-to-year funding as a legacy retailer recipient. But then all of a sudden the government of the day came and conned them out of the arrangement with a promise for better times. Well, those better times lasted on a 5-year agreement, and we've been lucky here in this last 3 years. The minister has coughed up a little bit of money, and I'm trying to get another year or a long-term or another agreement out of them, but it's pretty tough. But when I look at, say, the ski club, for instance, there's an activity like there's skiing, snowshoeing. It's something that can be taken and throughout the territories, just like the Cold Crook Fiddle Association, and taught. And we've got long winters up north, and kids are outside, youth are outside. Well, hopefully they are, and they're willing to do those type of things. The cost of it isn't too bad, but we know that there's been, on the ski side anyway, there's been Olympians that have come out of that. So I think there's an opportunity there, but I'm just hoping that the department and the minister sees that, looks beyond, kind of what's just in front of their nose, and look at what could be. So anyways, so I'm hoping that at the end of the day, that with respect to at least the ski club, that we're able to get them some funding this year. I've asked for it. I was kind of hoping the Minister of Finance would promise it, but I haven't heard from her. So, but it's a little bit, and I think the volunteers are actually getting frustrated, and if we're not backing them, they're going to slowly start to walk away. They've got lives to live, and they're dealing with high costs. They're dealing with all the things that everybody else is dealing with. So, if we want to do something, we got to, like my colleague said, we got to put the money in there, and we got to put it into areas that we're getting, best bang for the buck, and so we really have to look at it. But anyways, when it comes to sports, I'm all for it, and the more money we can put into it, the more we can offer the smaller communities, because we see people going in, we see young kids and young adults going into the Canada Summer or Canada Winter Games. We see them going to the Arctic Winter Games, but when you look at it, what I see sometimes is I don't see as many kids from the communities. I see kids from the regional centers, kids from more affluent families. So there is that gap there, and we've got to, we have to fill it, and like, in the communities, smaller communities, it is costly to get out of there. We see what the cost of flying is. So all I ask is that the minister, take a look at what we could do, and same with the cabinet ministers on the other side, is that, give it some thought, and how can we better, make use of some of the money that we do have, and maybe put it into the regional and communities, smaller communities, and really support some of the sports initiatives that are out there. So again, like my colleague, it's more of a rant, I guess, than anything. But I know the minister has heard me talk about this a number of times, and he probably will for a while. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you. I did not hear any questions for the minister, so I will move on to member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I echo everything that my colleagues have been saying. As the Deputy Chair of the Social Development Committee, I would be remiss if I did not also express my disappointment to not see more money here. A couple points that I just want to add, because I don't want to keep bringing up the same things, but I want to add that while we're giving this amount of money to youth organizations in sport, etc. This doesn't factor in all the money that, not only the time the volunteers are putting in, but the money themselves. So they're paying for their own flights to things. They're paying for some of the youth to go with them. They're paying for food, all of these kinds of things, not to mention all the fundraising that has to be done. So basically the communities and the families and the coaches are subsidizing the sport program in the North, yet the North takes the accolades when we win gold, silver, etc. at games. So when I hear the minister say that the problem is people in the communities not wanting to use infrastructure that's been built for them, I ask why we're talking about that in the operations and maintenance budget when that's a capital conversation. It is not the fault of people in the communities around sport funding maybe not being adequate. I do take exception to that comment, especially when I look through this entire area of programming and the contributions are all to community organizations. If I look through, for example, Get Active NWT funds to encourage community groups to organize, Healthy Choices initiatives, after-school activity programs in communities, youth contributions. All of these things are going to the communities themselves. So if anything, if this cabinet truly had a mandate and a want to get money into the communities and to increase employment in communities, this is exactly an area in which they could do so. So it's very disappointing to see all these numbers remain quite stagnant. And given on top of that the alarming rise in youth suicide and suicidal ideation, to me it's actually a shameful, again, that we're not putting more money here. For example, let's look at the youth centres, $500,000, Madam Chair. That is over what, 33 communities? That works out to $15,000 youth center. What is a community, what is an organization, who even is these people that are organizing and running the youth center for $15,000 a year, if they can even get a building? That's the other piece of it. This is not even, you know, this, again, I just reiterating what my colleagues are saying here, that this is being put on to people in communities to do this work. We all know that increasing funding to sports and youth programming will decrease the amount of mental health issues that we're seeing. It will increase physical wellness, and I also reiterate that it is very Yellowknife and regional center centric. I heard those same complaints during Arctic Winter Games tryouts, that it was very difficult for small communities to come into Yellowknife, and a lot of people were sleeping on beds and such. So even if you just look at that from a purely competitive perspective, those kids that are sleeping on a cot in a gymnasium with no showers are going to do poorly compared to someone who is living in their nice fancy home in Yellowknife. So while I, support my community and my constituency and their athletes, it is very elitist, and I don't have a question. It's another comment, but I want to say this having no increases, given the amount of work that our committee has done, is shameful. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Member for Montfouet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the small communities, I know that, we are dealing with lots in small communities. We have mental health issues, we have addiction issues, we have suicide issues, especially among young people. With all these social issues that we have a lot of homelessness too, just like the one that I mentioned, and we have a lot of youth that are in care, in child welfare system. So I just want to ask, this government needs to do more with sports and recreation. And we need to provide more program and services, especially to small communities. And like my colleagues have said, when Arctic Winter Game comes, or Canada Winter Games, who do we see? We see people, young people. We don't see too many of the outlying communities or small communities youth. We see same youth every year until they age out, or until they go to university or leave for post-secondary, but it's always the same family. Same influential people, youth, families or whatever, like, I mean, it's the same all around. And there's nobody new. Just like, for example, in my community, one of the youth that I mentioned is from another community. She attended the Arctic Winter Games because she was going to school in Bichako at that time. She was attending Chief Jimmy Bruno, so she had a chance. She had to move away from her community. And a lot of these youth, that's what they do, is that if they want to participate or have a chance to live a good life or to have a chance attending like this high-performance athletic sports, they have to move to Yellowknife or to other regional center where there's more opportunity for them. And there's nothing like that in small communities. For example, in Gamity, they don't have a youth center. And they need, a lot of these communities, they need programs. And in order to access some of the programs, they're saying there too that to be eligible, there's got to be 10 youth. And if you go to Ukwati, there's there's not too many youth there. So a lot of these communities are disadvantaged, and I'm just thinking of a lot of those other small communities like Ukwati in the NWT. Like, we need to do more and lift some of these barriers so that all these communities can have access where they can send their kids to participate freely. So that at the next Arctic Winter Games, I hope we don't see the same youth from the same family, and from one place. I would like to see variety. I would like to see more of our young people from the small communities, because they are for me, they are the champion, because a lot of them are dealing with mental health issues. A lot of them are dealing with addictions, suicide, a lot of social issues in small communities. And I'm really proud of my 2 pages that are here, that are from small communities. And it is one of their friends that attended our school who made it to Arctic Winter Games. So she had to move away. We shouldn't have young people leaving their community, moving away to participate, to have a chance. So that's why I'm saying that this government is not doing enough, even for here, recreation funding, 1.2. And 1.2, that is not enough. And 1.2, and then there's that Healthy Choice Initiative. We all want our young people to make good choices. Like all the social issues that I mentioned. How are we going to, we would all like for our youth to do well, to get, to have more access to social programs where they can help themselves too as well. I know that a lot of these youth, they don't want to be in that situation. They want to do something good for themselves. They want to succeed in life. But if the way that this budget is, we're not giving them a choice. We're not giving them a chance to succeed. They're going to be left behind. We're going to leave them behind, just like as within the education system. We have a lot of good teachers, and we have a lot of people, just like my colleague said, there's a lot of people that would like to volunteer. We have a lot of those in small communities that are willing to help the youth, because we know of the social crisis. We know of the social issues that our youth are faced. And crack cocaine is the #1 choice, because we all know that is cheaply made and it's cheaper to get, and they're dangerous. And there's lots of that in small communities. So I just want to ask the minister, this funding, Healthy Choices Initiative, is it how is this fund allocated? Is it by needs or by application?
You, Minister Maca.
So it's based on, it's not an application, so we provide the money according to a formula to each of the schools in the territories. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Mafui.
Okay. And even with the recreation funding, I mentioned that last week in my member statement, community government, due to the budget or due to the gap in funding, community government had to lay off some people, and especially in recreation area. And they had to rent the community government office space so that they can support their programs and services, fund their program and services. So that is, I mean, we shouldn't have to do that, but in a lot of places, we have no choice. And that's the only thing, that's in order to support, to help our youth. And when it comes to fundraising and things like that, our youth, they're happy to do those work. They're happy about it because we see them, you know, like working together. I know that's a part of team building and teamwork. So, I mean, you know, it's not just Klitschko youth. There's youth all over. That's what they do. But when they go out, I know that, and when they go out for their sports, they're so happy that it really helps with their self-esteem as well. So what I would like to do is that what I would like to see is that more funding or more money put into recreation funding so that we don't have to lay off recreation staff that provide good program and services for our youth to succeed, to live a healthy lifestyle, like, you know, or to make a good, healthy choice. So I just want to ask the minister that, well, the minister commit to, you know, like, to make some changes to this funding and provide more, money to this recreation funding, to increase the funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maca.
Thank you. So what I can commit is I will have a conversation with my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, members please turn to page 360. Municipal and Community Affairs, Sports, Recreation and Youth Operation Expenditure Summary Main Estimates 2023-2024, $8,459,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. There are additional information items on page 366 and 367. If there's no questions. Thank you, members. Please return now to the departmental summary found on page 331. Revenue summary information items on page 333. Questions? If there are no questions, I'll call the department summary. Oh, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious, MACA only has one ADM, the least of any other department. The minister's other department has 5 ADMs. Has there been any consideration to giving yourself another ADM, or any reason why that is? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of MACA.
No, and we have 109 staff. Thank you.
Any further questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. That does kind of lead into my other question, which is that MACA also has the most key, it's tied for the most key activities for any department, which means the exercise we just went through is exponentially longer. And I know key activities are defined by some sort of finance term. I'm not sure they're actually all that relevant to the operations of the department. I think typically they're grouped by ADMs in the other departments. But have we reviewed perhaps whether some of these key activities could be combined? I just kind of think Directorate, Community Operations, Community Governance, Regional Operations all tend to have very, very similar questions over and over again. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Maca.
So yeah, so that's just the nature of our department. So right now, no, this is our 7 key activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none. Committee, I'll now call the departmental summary, municipal and community affairs, operation expenditures, total department 2023-2024 main estimates, $185,681,000. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I move that this committee defer further consideration of the estimates for the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs at this time. Yes, merci, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Consideration of the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs 2023-2024 main estimates, operating expenditures, total department is deferred. Thank you, Minister. Thank you to the witnesses for appearing before us. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Member for Frame Lake, what is the wish of committee?
Madam Chair,
I wish that the chair rise and report progress.
I
move that the chair, she's messing me up. I move that the chair rise and report progress.
There's a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress.
May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole, member for Inuvialuktun Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has worked really hard this evening. Your committee has been considering Bill 56, table document 813-19 brackets 2, and would like to report progress with one motion passed, and that Bill 56 is ready for third reading. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you.
For member for Inuvialuktun Lakes, do we have a seconder? Member for Nunukput, all those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Orders of the day for Wednesday, March 1st, 2023, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees. Tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, notices of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, Bill 64, consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters, bills 23, 29, 56, 61, 66, committee report 40-19-2, minister statement 264-19-2, tabled documents 681, 694, and 813-19-2, report of committee of the whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Wednesday, March 1st, 2023 at 1:30 p.m.